Greetings and salutations. Welcome to another episode of Watch World. You don't know by now, it's the show about everything and nothing. You just never know what you may or may not get here. Appreciate everybody checking in, tuning in. Finally made it to 1K, ladies and gentlemen. Finally made it to 1K. You know, ultimately, numbers really don't mean anything. Ultimately, uh, but, it is appreciated, in this metaversal algorithm that we live in here on this YouTube. We made it to 1K, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate everybody that's tuned in, tuned out at some point, checked in, checked out, gave some input. I definitely appreciate it. We always won't get along and see eye to eye on everything, but I do appreciate the support still the same. How'd you know, Cheryl? How'd you know I was practicing my singing? How did you know this? Yeah, there's been people that have said that, There have been people that said that my music completely turns them on and does something to them. And some people said it is complete audio. It's complete, what's the word? It's audio vandalism. Some people have called it audio vandalism, Who knows these things? But get settled in, get you a snack, get your favorite cold beverage, There could possibly be some singing this evening. There could possibly be a few tunes, at some point, no doubt. Hope y'all had a wonderful day. Pretty good day here. Weather cooperated for the most part. No rain. Big Bertha, they said Big Bertha was going to drop some much needed rain, but here where I live, nothing. Nothing yesterday, nothing today. Got out and about, went down to the local outdoor market this morning. Got a few things, bought a few victuals, got some bread, some snacks. Rode out to the flea market for a little while, wrestled with those jokers, and came back, whipped me up something to eat, and went and watched a little MMA. Buddy of mine who does different promotions for different events, for different venues around the area. He always hits me up and asks me if I want some tickets or anything like that, just any shows that's going on. So there was a MMA. They had an MMA fight downtown at the one of the local event centers. Went down there and checked it out for a couple hours. Didn't stay for the whole thing, but I watched quite a few matches. I don't know, probably 5 or 6 matches, maybe a few more. But yeah, I had a good time. Went down there and saw some old faces, some new familiar faces in the local MMA gang, some people I hadn't seen in a while. It's good to see them guys still in it, still doing it, training up and raising up the next generation or league of fighters. No doubt. A lot of local talent, a lot of local stars. We even got one guy here from the area. He's coming up through the ranks and stuff. I think he's a welterweight, but Malcolm Wellmaker. He's been on a few primetime UFC events. He landed him a UFC contract, so he's doing pretty good for himself. I forget when his next fight's coming up, but yeah, he's definitely going to be one to look for in the future. Michael Wellmaker. Troy Sutton, good to see you, sir. I hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Anybody else I may or may not have missed, I appreciate you checking in, tuning in. But yeah, got out and about and went and watched I forget the name of the exact promotion. I think it's Conflict MMA. They're the ones that put it on, do the local fight nights here. I forget how far out they travel. I know, I think in like 2 or 3 weeks, they got a fight coming up in Charleston, South Carolina. They just travel around to different venues. I think predominantly here in the Southeast. Some of the guys do go on to like different tournaments, different things like that. Or when some of them turn pro, when they become pro fighters, of course, they venture out and travel to different arenas, different venues. I know a lot of people probably aren't into that type of thing, which is, that's cool. I understand it. Never did it professionally, but I trained with a lot of those guys and sparred with some of them back in the day. So I kind of had that somewhat of a background, somewhat of an interest. But no doubt, had a good time. And Garvey, good to see you. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Yep, so it's a pretty busy day today. Got a lot done. Acquired a few things that I just couldn't live without. Next week it'll be a pretty short week. Got a short week at work. Then headed down to Savannah next weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and coming back at some point Sunday evening. Got to go down there and do a little electrical training. Got to do some electrical training. Got to do some business. Got to do a little networking. Of course, there will be some fun, relaxation in the sun, of course. You don't make it all the way to Savannah and not see the beach and all it has to offer. Also got a chance to got scored some free tickets through my the training that I'm going through. They provided us free tickets to the Savannah Bananas baseball game. So I can't remember if it's the game is Saturday or it's Friday. I can't remember, but either way, whether it's Friday or Saturday, I'll be there, front row. Be televised. Just look for the 6'7" Sasquatch-looking creature with the Georgia Bulldog red shirt on. Can't miss me. I'll be there. Make sure when you see me, you scream at the TV as loud as you can. Say, hey, that's my favorite YouTuber's favorite YouTuber. That's my favorite YouTuber's favorite YouTuber. No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, I got some action shots, recorded a few videos from tonight's fight. I didn't get a chance to upload them before I got situated, but after the broadcast or at some point tomorrow, I'll upload a few videos from the market, a few videos from the flea market, and a few videos from the MMA cage fight. Uh-oh, be careful. What you having for dinner this evening? Shoot, I had some, I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't even gonna say I cooked anything. I'm not even gonna say I prepared anything. I didn't even make a sandwich. I just left a little early before I went to the fight downtown and stopped and got me some barbecue. Got me some ribs, some smoked macaroni and cheese, some homemade baked beans, and some coleslaw. Fat boy style on a Saturday. What else you want? Fat boy style on a Saturday. Oh yeah. Believe it or not, I actually enjoyed myself. I've been to two different Renaissance festivals. I went to one. I can't remember what part of South Carolina it was. It was not quite the Myrtle Beach, but it was one of those little counties or towns right outside of Myrtle Beach. And then here on Georgia, we have one every year. Probably, I don't know, a couple hours south of me. They have a big Renaissance festival. I think it lasts I want to say it lasts a whole week. But yeah, even if you don't dress up or even if you're not into that type of thing, it's still a fun experience, going there, seeing everybody else dress up, get into character, different foods, different events. Like I said, I've only ever been to a couple of them, but yeah, it was pretty fun. I like the one they have here in Georgia. It's a big hit. I think they have it every year in October, mid October, right before Halloween. They have a big Renaissance festival. Who knows? I might go check it out this year. Hmm. There you go. That's always a hit. Breakfast for dinner. There you go. Hey, say a good plumber. A good plumber is hard to find. Don't forget, use little people now. You're in the big leagues. Yeah. Shout out to all my little people. Shout out to all my little people. All those under 6 foot. You know, shout out to you. You know who you are. You know who you are. Yeah, that was me today. I did the dreaded gas fill up. I think it was I forget exactly what it was I paid for, but it was like 385, 385 for regular where I stopped at. I think it the end of last month or the beginning of this month it started to trickle down some. I think the lowest I seen it was like 308, 315, but yeah, it's done shot back up. It's almost $4 here. Some places you get in like those little hole in the wall places that don't sell a lot. You probably pay about $4 for something. No, I just went as myself, an overly tall Sasquatched ogre. You know, some people was confused. They didn't know if I came as an ogre or a Sasquatch. It got to the point where just whatever they thought I was, I was that. Took a few photos, signed a few autographs. The people were happy. The people were happy. Brother Tate, always good to see you. Always appreciate you tuning in, checking in. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Ooh, man. Gee, I don't know what the standard rate is, but yeah, man, 110 to 116, 160 an hour. Man, that price, man, they sure are laying the pipes. Buckeye Bob, good to see you, sir. Hope all is well. The puppet of meat puppet, good to see you, sir. Hope you're keeping it in the turning lanes. I'll take that as a compliment. I'll take that as a compliment on your ability to acknowledge my Sasquatch like appearance. I appreciate that. But yeah. No, overall, it was a good day. I can't complain too much. I got 5 encyclopedias full of things I could complain about, but so far, so good. I think people have tried that before. I think people have actually done that. As crazy as it may sound, I think people have actually tried to make a puppet of meat. It didn't poll very well. It didn't trend very high on the puppet circuits, but dang, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I know in the trucking world, I mean, I imagine it's probably a lot of availability, uh, different things like that, but hopefully it don't last long. Hopefully it don't last long. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I wasn't going to say the Lady Gaga's, but that's exactly the mental image I had in my mind. What was it, years ago? She came to one of those type of events, the Grammys or something. Yeah, just allegedly completely draped in meat. And I'm thinking, I guess if you wanted to prove a point or make a statement or get somebody to talk about you, yeah, but you're not going to make very many friends that night, especially whoever you got to sit beside, start smelling like tainted ribeyes. It's just, Doesn't sound like a very good experience. No doubt. Yeah, they called for some crazy weather here from Thursday through this weekend, but yeah, whatever happened, it didn't happen. It kind of, by the time it got to us, it just kind of broke away. Half of the storm went to the north, half went to the south. Stayed pretty calm, pretty clear. Trains, yeah, I think a buddy of mine that works for Norfolk Southern said that they're looking to hire a bunch of people on uh, different capacities. I guess conductors, different. I don't know all the different titles they have on the railroad, but yeah, my buddy of mine said that they were looking to hire a bunch of people in with Norfolk Southern, and I said, shoot, don't tempt me. You know what I mean? I might throw my hat in the mix. Just go out there on the wild frontier of railroading. I bet it could be an interesting job. I bet sometimes it kind of, if you're in certain spots, I imagine you probably get a kind of a good view or a decent view, but for the most part, you're just kind of seeing all the back roads and byways. The Doug's Ball 72. Good to see you. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Hope all is well. Always appreciate the support. Jenny Lee was in YouTube earlier, and I think she has an amazing American channel. You have to look her up yet. I will remember that. Jenny Lee. Jenny Lee. I can't forget it. I think I once dated a girl named Jenny Lee. So, I mean, it's forever burned in my memory. I maybe forget it intentionally. I may get the names mixed up. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, the the artist formerly known as John Dunning. The artist formerly known as John Dunning. Hey, people have said they would throw my name in the hat. I'm honored. If it calls for it, I may have to regroup, relocate, and just step in. Who knows? Let me know. If I need to tag it in, just let me know. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, all aspects of keeping it rolling, no doubt. Yeah, yeah. I enjoy what I do for a job for the most part. Doing electrical. Pretty much the same goal. Pretty much on most things: establish power, reestablish power, fix a problem. But each day, the obstacles and the different checkpoints in between change. Different people, different customers. It's always a fun and interesting experience. I know Friday it was. I had planned to go live Friday yesterday evening, but man, yesterday just turned into one of those days. If anything could go wrong, it definitely tried to. Ultimately, we succeeded and overcame all obstacles. But man, Friday was supposed to be a gravy day. We were supposed to go finish roughing in and wiring up these houses, get everything ready for an inspection. But nope, that didn't happen as planned. Had another crew that was scheduled to do a service change Friday, and then somehow in the mix, an emergency popped in. People was losing. They said they was losing power to their homes. Lights was flickering. Me and my coworker got to the house, checked everything. As we walked in, we saw lights flickering. We got to the panel box and started getting put the meter on it. Started getting uh, checking voltage, checking all that stuff. And then in the meantime, lights started flickering, lights started popping. So we called the power company, scheduled an emergency power drop. Within about 30 to 45 minutes, they had the power dropped, and we had to do a complete electrical service change. We had to tear down the old meter outside. We had to move it over, put a brand new meter, a brand new riser for the power company to attach to. We had to run a brand new service entry cable from the outside meter to the inside panel. The old panel, it was a pretty old house. The old panel was positioned just inside the kitchen, right beside the stove, which was a horrible idea for electrical panel being right by the stove. You know, a fire or something break out, you definitely don't want that to be right by your electrical panel. So we gutted the old panel, took the old fuse box out, flipped it around so that way it faced into the hallway and was out of the kitchen and eliminated all those safety concerns. But yeah, the other crew that started before us, they finished their service change and they came over and gave us a hand and assisted, and we got everything. I don't know how the heck we did it, but we did it against all odds, against all obstacles. Right there at fourth and goal with 1 second left, we got it across the goal line, got everything terminated, got everything finished. Inspector came out, inspected everything, and we left probably, I don't know, hour and a half after we left, about 5:30 or so. The power company came out and got everything reestablished and cut back on. So it was a win-win. But yes, sometimes to do one complete service change in a day can be tricky, you know, with the right personnel. But definitely to do two of them in one day, get them both inspected, both powers restored on a Friday, yeah, we definitely knocked that one out the park. So needless to say, I was going to go live, but yesterday was just one of them type of days, you know, one of them days. Went and got off, showered up, cleaned up, put my strutting clothes on, went and got me some tacos, listened to some of the live music they had playing there, and shoot, that was a wrap. That was a wrap. Who else we got creeping in here? You may be right, B. I've been living here on Georgia my whole life, and I question my ability to deal with the Georgians. So I could imagine. I know the Canadians would embrace me open-armed, you know, with a full, warm Canadian embrace. But yeah, I don't know if I could deal with the cold weather, you know. I don't know if I could deal with it. Always appreciate you checking in, Paulie. No doubt. Shout out Sliminy Crickets. If you're listening, watching, lurking, appreciate you, sir. Always appreciate the shout outs. No doubt. Nice. Paulie from Scotland. Got the Scotland Yard in the house. Nice. Got an official on the ground Scottish correspondent. My meter popped out before due to snow actually and had to call, and it was on the deck. Yeah. Yeah, I could imagine maybe somewhere up north, something like that. Something freezes, and if it's not completely seated or set in, yeah, that metal expands and stuff like that. Yeah, it definitely could happen. No doubt. Shoot, around here, you pop out your meter. It don't matter if it pops out, you put it right back in, it automatically sends a signal to the power company. And it might not be right away, but usually within the hour, they're going to send out a technician and see why power was interrupted and power was disturbed. Yeah, of course they tell you it's, you know, it's safer, it's more energy efficient, you know, so many thises and so many that's, but yeah, just look at the different studies and the different reports that have been put out of the unwanted, unnecessary, and harmful frequencies that the smart meters and stuff like that put off, you know. We always think about things that disrupt us and aggravate us being something that we could see or we could hear, but a lot of those type of frequencies that interrupt us and throw off our natural cadence or rhythm is stuff we can't see, we can't hear. We can feel it, to whatever degree it may be, during, before, or after. But yeah, it's definitely something to it. I don't know about the radiation factor. Uh, I'm pretty sure there's something along those lines. But yeah, like I said, they definitely put out a certain level of frequency uh, that's definitely not natural and allegedly can be harmful. I know any of you that's familiar with Ken Redpill that comes in here. He recently did a premiere on a video about frequencies and stuff like that. And in the video he put out, uh, one of the speakers showed a frequency chart on different frequencies and the acceptable levels. And I forget how much or what the frequency was that just comes off from a standard smart meter. But yeah, it was ridiculous. But it's any type of smart device, not just a smart meter, but appliances, anything like that, definitely emits off a certain frequency, certain tone. Pretty much anything smart now that's integrated and connected in with the internet, it has to have some type of computer or some type of frequency amplifier built in to send the Bluetooth and the Wi-Fi signal. So I mean, all that type of stuff's integrated. Yeah. Yes. I seen that, and then I watched it like by the third time watching it, and I realized what happened. I got distracted by all the beautiful scenes, and then yeah, right there at the end, whack. Oh, I don't know. Hopefully, I'll be down in Savannah this time next weekend. Hopefully, I'm not getting whacked by any palm trees. Maybe I can locate a few beautiful mamacitas to cool me off with some palm leaves, but maybe not getting whacked. Maybe I can just avoid that for sure. Oh yeah, no doubt. Can't see it or feel it. It just transmits right through you. But yeah, like a microwave, almost cooking you from the inside out. Allegedly. It's all alleged, of course. It's all alleged. Can neither confirm nor deny. We just keep implying. 27 and down to 13. Yeah, I think that's why we don't acknowledge the Celsius system, especially in the South. You start telling people it's 13 degrees Celsius, they think the South's done fallen. We lose all respect, you know what I mean? Look at them schmucks down there in Georgia. They're freezing their butts off. They're only down to 13. Oh, yeah, no doubt. I think the training classes we got to go to, I think it's Friday and Saturday, but it's definitely not all day. I think it's like from 7:30 in the morning or 8 in the morning till like 1 or 2 in the afternoon. So, in all my years, I still forget. I still forget whatever the difference is. I forget how many degrees, 30 something degrees from Celsius to Fahrenheit. I forget exactly what the shift is. Yeah. Yeah. I may be hot next weekend, but at least I'll be hot at the beach. I'm gonna be hot. I'd rather be hot at the beach. I like to buy by the ounce. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. To hell with them little purchases. Stop getting the little grab bags and just get the whole ounce. Either buying it by the ounce or buying it by the foot. Either way. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. Not exactly sure where we're sitting at the Savannah Banana Games next week. I guess next weekend, once we get down there and everybody gets to sign their zone or their area, then we'll figure out where everybody's sitting at. But there ain't a bad seat in the stadium. Grayson James Stadium, baseball stadium in Savannah. There ain't a bad seat in the house, no matter where you're at. I have to make sure I do a few warm ups just in case they get me to come out there and throw the first pitch. Can't let them down. There's like a 33% chance that I could throw out the first pitch. So, I got to be ready. I got to be able. Got to be agile. Don't want to mess it up. I think ABC is going to be there. I think ABC and then ESPN is going to be there. You don't want to be a flop on national TV. Who the heck was that bum that messed up the first pitch? I don't know. They say he got a YouTube channel, though. Let's go see what he's talking about. Oh, that's the guy with the broadcast about everything and nothing. Show brought a whole lot of nothing on the first pitch. Hey, I could. I may have to turn that down. You don't want to butcher the national anthem. You don't want to be that guy. You butcher the national anthem, then you try to go get a hot dog and some Cracker Jacks, and they just charge you double. You thought you were going to get a discount for butchering the national anthem? No, shoot, you got to play double, buddy. We're charging you double the price. Who do you think you are? Go Dogs. Ain't too many days left. About a month and some change left. No doubt. 69 people got charged with human trafficking. Yeah, I don't know the exact figures, the exact numbers, or any validity of the facts they put out, but I know once they wrapped up with the FIFA games, they had different games throughout the country, throughout Mexico, throughout Canada, but they had 8 games in total here on Georgia and Atlanta, and they said that they arrested a bunch of people dealing with sex trafficking, that type of thing, but I don't know. I mean, it kind of goes hand in hand, unfortunately. You have that many mass groups of people. You've got evil characters, nefarious people, trying to make a buck, trying to make something off of something, It's just how it goes whenever they have those big type of events, unfortunately. But yeah, I forget, I don't know how many. They said they arrested quite a few. I think it was all like adult. I don't think it was anything with children or anything like that. But still, nonetheless, I mean, human trafficking, I mean, it's still a nasty and dirty thing. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Some sick people out there, some real sick individuals. Yeah. You didn't even know you could awaken the Holy Ghost like that. Yeah, sometimes it's best, just do a little singing on Saturday night. So if you shake them too bad, they can just roll right over and go into church the next morning. Pray about it, ask for some forgiveness of this audio vandalism that we had to hear and absorb. No doubt. Sometimes it happens at the church. I've been to a few different churches, been in there for the service, and somebody gets up there and it's time for the sing along or the solo, and I'm thinking, man, is there literally nobody else in this church that could carry a tune? How did these people get selected here? Are they really the best and the brightest of the church choir? You know what I mean? Where is America's Got Talent? What? The show must go on. The show must go on. Charge the name. There you go. Roast them. Whew, excuse me. Some of that Christmas cheer. Some of that Christmas in July. Gets me a little rattled sometimes, But speaking of roast, what did you think last night? Did you watch it? What happened, Cheryl? I missed it. Give me the 411. Give me the update. What happened? Who got roasted? Who got roasted? I do enjoy a good roast. I don't know. It'd be fun to do like a panel verse, metal verse style roast. If some people wouldn't get their feelers in a wad, that'd be kind of funny. I think it would anyway. Hey, I missed the roast. See, that's what happens. Trump roasting MSN. No, I missed it. Pretty sure I'll hear about it or see it resurface in the timeline again. No, I didn't see him roasting the MSN. Now, if it would have been MSNBC, I probably would have watched that roast, But I don't think it takes much to roast MSN. No. I could be wrong, but I think when they used to do those like celebrity roasts, it seemed like Donald Trump had a roast one time. I don't know. I can't remember. It seems like they had a roast of Donald Trump one time years ago. Or maybe it was somebody else's roast and he just happened to be there. I don't know. I might have to go back in the archives and find it. If there was a Donald Trump roast, I got to go back and watch that one. Oh, I'm sure, yeah. Fake news. Fake news. Now that we've gathered all the fake news stations here, I like to do what I like to call the presidential roast of the news stations. What a horrible, duplicitous scum organization you are, never presenting the facts, always manipulating everything I say. Tell them, Melania, they're such manipulators, such con artists, these news stations. Fake news. Oh, I bet it was funny, though. Now, I bet there was some good laughs regardless, I don't support the clowns, but I do enjoy the clowns when they give us a good show from time to time, Even if it is just simply embarrassing themselves, It's always good for a good laugh. Everything's laid on thick, Everything's laid on thick these days. There ain't no small, medium, or large. It's just a extra large order of thickness, No matter who's ordering it and what's getting ordered, they're laying it on thick. Definitely, Limbs is slanging out those camping videos. There you go. No doubt. Always appreciate the content, the uploads, seeing what everybody's got going on. Okay. Dang, I'm going to have to go back and watch that. 2011? Oh, yeah. I got to go back and watch that one. I bet there's definitely some things that have changed, but ultimately, even that's what, 15 years ago, some stuff would still be just the same, I imagine. Yeah, he knows. I mean, I think even as insane and maybe sometimes detached from reality as someone like him sees, he still understands and knows the showmanship, and he knows that saying and doing certain things is going to get riled people up. Uh, I mean, that's just the way it goes. And of course, him mentioning to run in 2028, his supporters or whoever that may be that support him, they're going to eat it up. They're going to laugh it up. They're going to love it up. It'll give them something to talk about all this week. The goalpost has got removed again now. Now I think the goalpost is completely situated right on top of 2028. So we shall see. Damn, Mary. Made me sleepy. Made me sleepy. I love the fake Trump and his smile and handshakes last night. They brought in the clone. Damn, that's bad. They brought in the clone Trump. They couldn't even bring in the real Trump to roast these clowns. Just bring in the fake Trump. Who knows? They always said that about certain characters or different things like that. I even saw some article earlier today. I forget who the guy was, or some type of big tech mogul or billionaire or something. He was talking about cloning, and he said that I don't know. I think I got the article saved. I need to go back and reread it. I only read partial of it, but he was talking about how he had been working on cloning and how he was so many generations in on it, and he's perfected the cloning process. He's successfully cloned himself in case something happens. His clone can have all the backup organs and different things like that. And I'm like, yeah. I don't know to what depth they could take it. I definitely could believe it's uh, possible to attempt it. I don't really know exactly what the outcome would be. I mean, you could duplicate something to a certain degree, but you ultimately can't. You could try to replicate it, but you can't duplicate it 100%. I think there'll always be some type of flaw, some type of miscue. Just like in AI, an AI image, there'll be 99% right, but then it'll be like that 1% of things that's just out. Words spelt funny, somebody with six fingers. I think it would be the same way with cloning. You could get it pretty close, but the longevity or the lifespan of it, I don't know. Melania. Melania wasn't there. No. No Melania. Oh, I'm sure what none of it surprised me. They came out tomorrow and said all of these clowns and all of these characters and all of these actors have multiple clones or stunt doubles. It wouldn't surprise me. All your favorite actresses and actors have stunt doubles or lookalikes. So you know what I mean? To think that a politician or the alleged leader of the free world wouldn't have a body double, stunt double clone. It's not that far fetched. It's not that far off. Yeah, there we go. That may be the true test. Just hit them with the water bucket challenge, the ice bucket challenge. They start fritzing and start smoking, confirmed robot. If they don't, then you got to deal with a pretty pissed off wet contender. You might want to start running. Yeah, I think she had to go to a international eyelash convention. You know, the International Eyelash Convention. I might have to go back and watch the 2011 roast, see what the topics were then, you know. Hmm. Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to be any of those clowns double, no doubt. Yeah, just start pulling masks off like Scooby Doo, you know. Would have got away with it if it wasn't for that pesky Watt and all his wattages, you know. How dare them have the eyes to see and the ears to hear? But I don't know. What else is on your mind? What's on your hearts? Any rants, raves, strange news, weird news? What's on your heart? Tell me about it. I've been out amongst the people all day. I hadn't looked at no news or hardly anything, except for just a couple random articles I seen earlier that popped through my phone. I have no face, Ann. I have no face. You know, the secret's out. People think I have a face, you know, but no, it's just a nose. It's just a nose and a mouth, you know. It's it's pretty disturbing, you know. Eventually there will be a face reveal, but you know, I just made it to 1K. I don't want to scare away my limited audience so far, you know what I mean? People's already people's already looking for the exit door. They're trying to figure out a way to get out of here. Ty Man, good to see you. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Everybody's good to see you. Oh, don't tell me, don't say that too loud. Don't say that too loud, you know. They'll probably send me the job invite. Mr. Watt, we need you to come to DC. We need you to double in and stand in as Trump's voice double. The choice is yours if you choose to accept. This tape will self destruct in 17 seconds. Oh, man. Brian, greetings and salutations. You got to do a little digging. You got to do a little digging and a little finding, you know. There's people out there that say I have a face, you know. If you can find it, find it. Yeah. Some people's out doing face palms. Bonnie, she's just out living life, loving life, getting smacked by palm trees at the beach, you know. Guess if you're gonna get smacked in the face, it might as well be a beach excursion. I appreciate that. Still trying to figure out what my talents are, you know. Still trying to figure out what's talent worthy, what's noteworthy. I'm working on it. Trying to figure it all out. Yeah. I'll see if I can't find my old wrestling gear from high school. I'll just wear my old wrestling headgear. I think I should be safe. I think those things are built out of some I don't know. Whatever they built Wolverine out of. It's like some vibranium, antimanium. I think it should suffice, you know. Phil R, always good to see you, sir. I appreciate that. You're one of many. You're one of many that made it happen. I always appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Here's to another 1K. Here's to another 1K. Allegedly. As the resident fact checker, you have to remember, allegedly. You know. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. I don't got the full blown cauliflower ear, but yeah, I definitely know what that feels like from wrestling, doing different MMA stuff like that. I ain't did it full time in a while, but yeah, definitely remember those days. You're talented. If it's funny, unless it's what you smoke that you're smoking, I think everyone should smoke. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the I don't know what the ratios are, but it's give and take. Give and take. I do appreciate that for sure. Do appreciate that. There we go. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. 534 views. Huh? How about that? I love it. Let's make it happen. Let's get to 1,000. Let's make it 1,534. Can you do that? 1,534. And I got a couple midget buddies on standby. I can have them come over here to the ranch and we can have them battle it out in a midget WrestleMania. If that's what we got to do to get it bumped up, we have these type of optics and we have these type of people on standby, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to know people, especially the little people. It's good to know the little people. No doubt, Limbs. Go ahead and recharge that battery. Get reset for tomorrow. It's a whole new set of challenges tomorrow. I appreciate that. I think I'm just smoking on the remnants of whatever mind and brain I had left. I think my body's self smoking and self incinerating my own self. It's fascinating. It's almost like spontaneous combustion, but in a positive form. Positive form. Release, release the hounds. Release the little peeps. Yeah. Yeah, you're not going to get into too many altercations, I don't think, with a pothead or somebody that smokes. There may be only one rule, really. Don't eat their first snack and don't eat their last snack. Don't open the box and eat the first one. Let them open the box and consume the first one. And don't take the last snack or the last cold beverage. I think as long as you don't cross that realm, I think you're pretty cool. Things usually have a way of working themselves out. Devil Dog, always good to see you, sir. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Hope everything's on the up and up. Yeah, if you're seeing an angry pothead, they're definitely doing a little bit more than pot. Either that or they're just smoking on that Reggie Bow. They're just smoking on ground up cardboard shavings. They don't even know they got tricked. It was late night. There's a new guy standing outside the 7-Eleven. They didn't know no better. They bought a whole bag of New Year's party confetti. As they told him it was that Acapulco Gold. They just got a bad batch. Mm. Yeah, don't be doing that, man. Don't be breaking the hands. You know. Then what would you do? Then what would you do, Phil? Your life as an internationally renowned hand model would just suddenly come to a screeching halt. Most people don't know that you're an internationally renowned hand model. Who knows? Who knows these Yankees? Who knows these things? ain't all bad, you know. There's a few good ones in the mix. Oh shit. If we ain't got a video, it didn't happen. If we don't have video proof, then it didn't happen. We got to get confirmation. We got to clip it. All you YouTube clipping geniuses, go over there, clip it. We got to see the Humpty dance. The Humpty dance. Let me see you do the Humpty dance. If the song was played, I probably could sing the whole thing right along with you, but just to think of the words, nah. Probably as soon as the beat drops, yeah, I would instantly remember every lyric, every key. No doubt. I knew a few people that did the Humpty dance, and it wasn't really a dance. That's just how they walked. You know, their dance was more or less like a Humpty and a dance. You know, interesting people. Hey, that's all that matters. You know, it's all that matters. You know, you broke a few hearts, gave a few smiles. You know, it's all that matters. Yeah, yeah, like George from Seinfeld. I know a lot of people don't really like the show or hated the show. I remember it wasn't much when you didn't have cable coming up in the '90s in the country. There wasn't much on the regular channels, but uh, at some point, I think like late at night or something, Seinfeld would come on, and I used to watch it, and I'm like, what the heck are these people even doing? You know, I just kept watching it, and but yeah, it's like one of those shows. I guess it's like this, you know, it's the show about everything and nothing. You know, it's just that. Yeah, I feel the same way. Yeah, no doubt. I just kind of watched it as a kid, even though I didn't know what all these adult innuendos mean, and just kind of watched it. I'm like, oh, damn, that's what the heck they was talking about. You know, that's what they meant. No doubt. Okay, just a Yankee across the board. Gotcha, gotcha. You got these new age Yankees. You just never know about these new age Yankees. Different breed of people. I may be going down to Florida in what's the next holiday? Labor Day weekend. I may be going down there. A good friend of mine that's from down that way. Uh, they got a couple family properties down there on the beach, and got the invite. So I may be going down there to down in Florida for Labor Day. So watch out. Watch out, all you Floridians. Watch life, watch world is going on the road. Unfortunately, all Labor Day shows have been booked out, but still coming to town. Still going to be a hit. You'll definitely know when I'm there, and you'll definitely feel the absence and the void once I leave. You know, you can't deny it. You can't deny the feeling. Oh yeah, where she was the world's worst dancer. Yeah, I don't even. Yeah, it was like she was having just an allergic reaction. You know, she was just going into convulsions, and she thought that was her dancing. Oh man. Disney just fired tons of ESPN crew and let 3,500 employees fired across California and Florida. Hmm. Oh hell, I mean, they own so many different entities and organizations. They've absorbed so much. You know, I think they're over what ESPN, ABC, not to mention the different movies and things like that they absorbed. Tell them to come on. Send them an email. Tell them to email me. If I gotta find his email, I'll find him. Clyde, do something. No doubt, everybody's welcome. Invite them all. Spread the word. We'll get Bonnie and we'll get Clyde. We already got a Bonnie, so now we definitely need a Clyde. No doubt. Send them on. Bring them on. We'll see what they're talking about. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, they definitely changed a lot over the years. I remember, I know probably most people, well, I ain't gonna say most, but a lot of people these days really don't care about sports for the most part, and that's understandable. I probably, if I wouldn't have played different sports, I wouldn't have had that seed or that interest, still in the limited viewership that I give them. But I enjoy shooting pool. I go shoot pool from time to time. It's relaxing, kind of relaxing, therapeutic, but you still got to use your mind. It's math, angles, things like that, speed, velocity. Uh, I enjoy it, even if it's just by myself, just racking them up and just trying to shoot them out in order. But I remember as a kid, I go to my grandparents and my granddad. Shoot, he had a fascination for all sports. He played different sports. He was a Golden Glove, different type of things. He was uh, did really good in boxing in the military, things like that. But I never got to play pool with him. Never got to watch him shoot pool. But everybody said that, yeah, he was one of the best around. You didn't even think you was considering close to be the best till you could stand toe to toe with Hollywood. If you could hold your weight against Hollywood, you might be considered. But I don't know. Something happened. Something happened back in the day, and wasn't nothing on my granddad's end. It's just, you know, I guess somebody got a little salty, a little mad, and a little something happened. But I guess whatever he told my grandma, he said, "All right, I won't shoot pool anymore." So he kind of hung up the pool stick. But yeah, they used to always say he was a legend. But he used to watch. They'd have the pool matches on ESPN sometimes. We sit there and watch them, and they'd have some of them guys come on there, and most of them he probably wouldn't know about them, but there was a couple of them on there. He was like, "Yeah, I used to play with that guy." Or, "Yeah, I played that guy back in the day." And hell, I can't remember half of the guys who he used to call out and say that he played with them. But nah, I believed him. You know. Plus all the legends and the stories going into different pool halls and stuff. Definitely plenty of wise tales with my granddad on the pool table. But yeah, to make a long story even longer, yeah, I remember as a kid they used to have a pool on ESPN, but those days are long gone. No, didn't go to the coast this weekend. Next weekend I'll be down in Savannah, so hopefully the weather holds out. I'll be down in Savannah from Thursday till Sunday evening at some point. You know, who knows? I may stay down there longer. I maybe get down there and just Sunday gets here and be like, you know what? Just not ready to go back yet. I don't see it being an early exit, but it could be a late exit. There could be an extended stay. But as it stands right now, from Thursday to Sunday, I'll be down in the beautiful city of Savannah, Georgia. If you don't know, you better ask somebody. Oh yeah, nothing but trouble. Clyde do something left British Canada and lives in Texas. Huh. I bet that was a big shift. Culturally, uh, maybe definitely probably politically, and definitely just environmentally. I imagine British Columbia gets some pretty intense winters. Texas, not so much. I guess now they've slowly been acclimated. Now they have the once a year, once a day snow apocalypse, ice apocalypse, but not too bad. Maybe that was for me. Maybe that question was for me. I don't know. If it's for me, I'll be on the Atlantic. I'll be down in Savannah and on the Atlantic. Oh yeah, 20 years ago at best, no doubt. Let's see, 20 years ago that would have been 2006. Yeah, yeah, it was 2006. Shoot, I had one more year in high school to go. Came out of high school in 2007. Yeah, I haven't watched a whole lot of her shows. I ain't gonna lie, I used to enjoy the show back in the day from time to time. You know, Roseanne. She wasn't really like my mom, really, but there was certain things about her. You know, I guess watching certain TV, you see certain things, and it reminds you of somebody. You know, in your family, a friend, whoever it may be. Oh yeah, I think the only viewers they are getting is I don't even know. I wonder if you got to pay. I wonder if you got to pay to go on one of those shows and sit in the audience. You know, like The View or uh, hell, I can't even think of another one. But like, I don't even know if they still do the show that the Regis and Kathy Lee. Uh, I know that both of them is gone now, but I don't even know if they still do those shows or if you have to pay. That'd be crazy to have to pay. I don't know who would want to pay to go see a show like that. You know. Now, don't get me wrong. There'd be a certain venue or a certain event that yeah, I would pay to go see it. You know, within reason. But some stuff, nah. I'm not even going to go there if it was a free option. So that just completely eliminates my name from the hat from ever purchasing a ticket. You know, who knows? What was the question? Where we at here? I missed something. I'm missing all type of stuff. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me. My dad boxed in the army. That's all I know. He jumped out of planes. Oh yeah, shit. He was kicking ass and taking names. You know what I mean? You got to think twice before you know what I mean, just run up on a man that jumps out of airplanes, perfectly good airplanes for a living. He might not be the world's most badass, but yeah, that dude's you got to watch him. I've thought about it. It's crossed my mind. Like yeah, skydiving, parachuting. I imagine that would be a pretty fun experience, an adrenaline rush. Get to see it from. You're always standing down here on the ground, looking straight up at the clouds, but to have that reverse effect, where you're just coming down like the Wile E. Coyote. I bet it is beautiful. There is a level of adrenaline, whatever it may be, but no, I don't think I would ever go through with it. I don't think I would go through with it. That's how my granddad was. He was like, shoot, even when he passed away, he was still well over 6 foot. Of course, he lost some weight, but yeah, he was a little bit shorter than me. Probably in his heyday, he was a good size. But yeah, he was like, yeah, he was definitely had that build to him, or looked like he just went around just bending rebar for no apparent reason, just other because he could. You know. Oh damn. Oh yeah. No doubt. I guess it don't really matter what time period you kind of like did those type of things, but definitely that time period. You only knew what you knew, and that was very limited. You wasn't going on the internet or watching the View to see what was happening. Not like nowadays. Soldiers with phones and stuff. It's got to be an interesting dynamic. You're going out and doing all these different things, and then you got the news, the media, and stuff right at your fingertips. Just everything that's happening and getting said. No doubt. The optics. I don't know if the optics can be higher than they've ever been. I don't know if you can really say that. I know the optics are high on certain things. I don't know if they're higher than they've ever been. maybe from a certain standpoint, maybe from this version or this reset of the digital realm. However long this one has been going, I don't know. Me personally, I think there's been a couple like resets along the way. Certain things can't ultimately be proven. You know, you just take a collection of alleged facts or whatever his story may be. But like in a lot of things, there's a lot of dark areas, a lot of blank areas, a lot of voids of time in his story. You know, things obviously didn't cease to exist. You know, obviously we're here to a certain degree. So I mean, obviously there had to be something that happened they didn't want us to know about. You know, to the victor go the spoils. The victor love to show you the spoils. They love to talk about the spoils. They like to put up plaques and everything to remind you of the spoils. So even if something like that wasn't done, you know, it's like, very, very interesting, you know. Just pick a void or pick an absence of time and just start there and see what happens. Yeah, I remember the old Polaroids. Well, I caught it in the 90s, mid 90s, you know. But yeah, shake it like a Polaroid picture. I think they brought them back out like a few years ago. Like I even seen them selling them at Lowe's. I went in Lowe's to get something one day. I don't know what it was. If I was building something or getting something, uh, a post or something for the garden. I don't remember what it was. But yeah, walking down the aisle, they had an end cap display of like the Polaroid, instant camera, instant film again. And I was thinking, man, that's pretty cool, but either it must be a shitty product or nobody's buying it. You know, you can have a great product and people just don't buy it, or you can have a shitty product and people's not buying it because it's shitty. You know, but I'm thinking either it must be horrible or nobody's buying it. Because why the heck would they be selling Polaroids at Lowe's? Why wouldn't they sell it at something like a, I don't know. Maybe they did sell it in other places. I'm thinking that'd be more like a Wally World or a Target. Oh, you put the Polaroid Shake'ems in the Target? Oh, they'll buy it up. They'll buy it up. They like that type of stuff at the Target. They like the new age vintage look, you know? Lee J, always good to see you. Always appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Hope you're doing well this evening. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. Oh, yeah, somebody said they're making bacon sauce. Who said they're making bacon sauce? I don't know, B. Be careful what you ask for. I want that to stay up there. See, even the AI knows it's suspect, you know? It won't let me stick the comment. Be careful, B. Remember that movie? What was the movie with Jean-Claude Van Damme? What was the other guy? Dolph Lundgren and Jean-Claude Van Damme, Universal Soldier, which that was a little different than AI. I think those was actual soldiers that uh, got deleted in war, and I think they re-chipped them. They did put a chip in them. I do remember that part. They did put a chip in them, and they somehow like reanimated them or whatever. But yeah, that wasn't really fully AI, but that was, I guess, the chip part. I guess if anybody's ever seen the movie Universal Soldier, uh, definitely not recommending it. You know, probably cheesy, probably crappy to watch now. But yeah, as a kid in the '90s, it wasn't too bad. But yeah, they were taking these soldiers that unfortunately passed away in war, and they were running some type of program to create this super soldier, this universal soldier, and they re-chipped them, brought them back to life, and yeah, you could just imagine what happened next. Just imagine what happened next, ladies and gentlemen. All right, dude, you just done got stoned. Now you're just naming up all the type of food combinations that you like or would really like. You know, chili in baked potato with cheese. I don't know. People like that type of stuff, man. They got this. They got this one place here, and they sell like all different types. It's like I don't know. I guess it would be like they market it as like food that you would order like if you was high. But don't get me wrong, some of the stuff on there looks like it would probably be good, but nah, in reality, no. You know, to make up your own concoctions and stuff you like at the house is one thing, but to just try somebody else's random concoction, nah. But anyway, they got this. One of their things there is their loaded baked potatoes, and it's like a whole meal. You get a whole fajita. You get a whole fajita on the potato. You get chicken. What do they got? I don't know. I ain't never tried none of them, but I've seen them. People's talked about them. The loaded baked potatoes. Yeah, you getting a whole Philly cheesesteak on the potato. You getting a whole fajita on the potato. You getting the shrimp Alfredo on the potato. You know, it's just too much. It might be good, but it's just too much for me. You know what I mean? It's too much. Yeah, you done literally took the entire Thanksgiving meal and just put it on a baked potato. You know, they're offering the Thanksgiving Day potato. You know, the Thanksgiving Day loaded potato. It's got turkey, it's got dressing, cranberry sauce. Throw a little gravy on that joker. You know what I mean? Lube it up. Yeah, now you got the Turkey Day special loaded potato. It's just too much, you know. Start getting two of those a week, and ultimately that's how the my 600 pound life. That's like the origin story of my 600 pound life. You start eating, consuming two of those loaded fajita baked potatoes a week. Yeah. Oh yeah, you get the I forgot. Yeah, you get the whole pulled pork on the baked potato. I ain't gonna lie, I probably would try that one. You know what I mean? I always got some access to some decent barbecue and a decent potato. You know. Matter of fact, that's what I had for supper this evening before I went and watched the before I went to the MMA fight, the one we just had locally this evening. I stopped at the if you're ever in town and you're ever in Augusta, go to Fifth and Fire. I do recommend their barbecue. I ain't gonna lie, I've been pretty much adopted into their VIP program. You know, I think they literally just gave me a key to the restaurant. You know, like some people do good deeds and get keys to the city. You know, I've been in there so many times. They literally have gave me an honorary key to the restaurant. You know, but they got a good product. All their meats, brisket, ribs, chicken. It don't matter if you like white meat or dark meat. They do it right. Keep it tight. It's some good stuff. All their sides are phenomenal. Everything's done in house. I need to go down there one night because they got a full. I mean, it's like a full entertainment place. I mean, you could host parties, do whatever, but they got a full outside area where you could do cornhole, horseshoes. They got TVs. Then they got this whole other giant, like two-tier barn. It's got like a bar in it, tables, TVs. It's got a huge mechanical bull over there in the corner. But yeah, they do the mechanical bull at night. I need to go down there one night and catch one of them. Uh, one of them that's done had too many and thinks they can conquer the bull. You know, that's always a good shot, a good angle. I would do it because for one, I wouldn't be drinking, so I have a little bit more awareness and ability than most people that's trying to do it. You know, most of the people they done had a few too many. You know what I mean? They done got ran off from the horseshoe and the cornhole. Them conquering that bull is their only. That's the only side quest they got left in life for that night. You know what I mean? Is do the bull or go home. But yeah, that's some funny stuff. And for one, it don't really look like a. I don't know what the official. Uh, I don't know what the official size is for one of those bulls, but it looks a little under statute. You know what I mean? So yeah, that might be a little difficult. You know. especially when my legs is sitting there dragging the mat as it's just slinging me around. You know what I mean? At any point, I could just stand up and it's all over. You know, like being in the short end of the pool. You're not really drowning. You can just stand up at any point and it's at your waist. I think that's how it would be. You know, uh, they got like a miniature Brahma bull in there. They got like the junior bull package. It looks it looks decent when like a woman is riding it, but then when like I get on it, it just it's like I'm trying to herd a sheep or something. It just gets too awkward. Music stops. Music stops. Everybody's just looking at you. Just ruined the whole night. Betty done brought the whole crew. They're up there trying to have a quinceanera. They're all just shame watching you now. It's too much. It's too much, really. You know what? I don't even know if there's a word for it. I can't even think of the word, you know. Outstanding, phenomenal, next level. Uh, Feeling good, feeling great, living life, loving life. We always appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. Dude, it's been years since I had a drink, but yeah, don't get me wrong, I had a few experiences, yeah. At that moment, you feel like you're on top of the world, but ain't really had a whole lot. Only probably ever remember like, I don't know, not even a handful, maybe like two or three. I think probably my worst one was when uh, the first time I got messed up just drinking. You know what I mean? Uh, my oldest sister at the time, the house that her and her husband was staying in, I was in high school and they had a killer house. 2 story. They had a whole extra bedroom with a fireplace above the garage that I got to stay in. Had a pool table and everything in it, and then that huge indoor swimming pool with a deck that wrapped all the way around it. I mean, it was perfect spot. So I got to spend a couple of my summers just out there parlaying. But I don't know. They had this. They'd have cookouts and stuff like that. But this, I don't know. It might have been the 4th of July. I can't quite remember the date specifically. It might have been the 4th of July. I know it's summertime, but they had a big cookout, and man, there was everything you could imagine to drink on. So I done went and got me a little sneak of the sippy sip. I done got into the Crown Royal, and then the next thing you know, I don't even know what it was. It was something else. I hadn't even learned that if you get you a drink, just kind of sip on it and chill out. It ain't like juice. You just don't. You know, don't pound it down like somebody's finna come steal it from you. And you definitely don't start mixing ingredients. You definitely don't start mixing brands, colors, flavors. Definitely don't do that. I think there might have even been a little Boone's Farm in the mix. I don't even know where the hell that came from. You know, but yeah, and I'm out there feeling good and everything. That made me then snagged and ate me some food, and then I got the party and everything's wrapping down. So I went down. Sister told me to come make me a plate if I want me another one for all the scavengers come through. So I done made me another plate. And I said, the heck with this. I'm finna go eat this plate now. So I done walked all the way upstairs to my room. I went in there and took me a shower, came down. I'm like, hell yeah, I'm fixing to demolish this plate. That's all I remember. The next morning I woke up. I'm looking around like, oh man, what the heck that happened? I look over there, the whole plate of food is just sitting there staring at me. Barbecue, potato salad, deviled eggs, coleslaw. I mean, 5 layers of smackdown, in the city just sitting there. I'm like, oh, that was just horrible. You know what I mean? This is what the adults do, you know? Yeah, I said I didn't never want no parts of this again, but ultimately I didn't have learned my lesson. I went through a few more of those escapades. Yeah, I said the heck with that. I think I was more mad about the whole plate of food. I'm like, no, it's too many different ingredients that sat out and mingled the whole night. I can't even chance wrapping that one back up. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Felt great. Probably felt like I was King Kong for, you know, so many hours. But yeah, that next morning was a horrible feeling. Wasn't really like sick or nothing like that intense, but it was just like, I don't know, like my whole equilibrium was off, you know? Like I'm too tall to be feeling this lightheaded, you know? Some like my kneecaps, my knees were missing. I don't know, something was wrong. My knees went missing. My knees went backwards. Yeah, a little mixy mix, but see, my retardation flares hadn't went up. My my abilities to know the proper ratio of the mixy mix. You know, thought it was just like Halloween candies. You know, you get a little bit of this, you get a little bit of that. You know, finish off with a few now and later's. You know, call it a night. Nah, watch out now. Yeah, don't be doing that. We like hot cross buns. We don't like B's burnt buns. You know, B's burnt buns doesn't have the same ring as hot cross buns. Really crazy weather here lately, and I'm highly upset. I watched the. Are you upset about the weather, or are you upset you watched the new He-Man movie? Could be similar results. Could be a little different. You know, dude. Phil, it gets you every. It gets us every time. It's got me. You know, it gets me. Sometimes you know you just get lost in chat. You know, sometimes you just forget who you are. Sometimes I forget who I am. Maybe sometimes I'm relearning. I'm like, what is this? You know. Oh, definitely not no burnt honey buns. That's just sadistic. That's sadistic. That's up there with burnt popcorn. You know what I mean? Somebody invites you over for dinner, and the first thing you walk in when you smell is burnt honey buns and burnt popcorn. You just, you know, that's why it's safe. Whenever you meet somebody new and you don't know how it's going to go, have several alarms set periodically. They don't know. They don't know if it's a call. They don't know if it's a text. You know, you can fake it. You can fake it and act like it's a call. But like, hey, you know, sorry about this, but I got to step away for a moment. I got to take this one, you know. Go to the bathroom, take it off, you know, wash your face, figure out how the heck you're going to get out of there and just be like, you know, it's not me. It's not me, but I got to go. Unfortunately, like I told you, I'm a doctor. I got to fly to Indonesia. I got some patients that need my critical care in Indonesia, you know. I'll be back in 3 months. Fools and tools. Much love right back at you. Appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Hope all is well. Oh man, you got a double dose of the pissed offosity. Damn. Yeah, I never watched. Of course, I was born in '88. Heard about the He-Man. Never really watched much of it. I'm pretty sure I might have watched an episode or something like that here or there. Understood the reference, but yeah, I have heard people that say that they were like a. Even my coworker, he's like he got man. He was hyped up about He-Man. I thought for a minute that he was actually starting to feel like he had the power. You know, felt like he was going to be in the movie. But yeah, he was disappointed. Oh, he was mad. He's like, oh, that movie is. I'm like, well, you know, can't get too hyped up about movies these days. You really just basically just have try to like certain things, just limit your expectations. You know, there used to be a skit that came on Mad TV back in the day called Lower Expectations. I don't know. I doubt anybody remembers it. I watched it as a kid. I thought it was funny then. You know, not really lower the expectations, but just kind of, you know, erase it from your memory bank. So that way it's not so alarming. See, we're ahead of the game. We've been doing it for years. We've been doing it for years. You too, Brian. You have a blessed and prosperous weekend. It's not over yet, you know. It's not over yet. Watch your notion, it's the motion in motion. I don't get caught up in your emotions. Emotions got me crying and sighing. No doubt. As I started reading it, I thought it was like one of those quotes from back in the day, Schoolhouse Rock. I don't know when it originally aired, but they used to have it as a kid on Saturday cartoons, the Schoolhouse Rock. You know, it might be a little bit before y'all's time. Y'all probably don't know anything about the Schoolhouse Rock, but that's cool though. That's cool that you don't know about these highly interesting historical factoids. Yeah, damn. Yeah, yeah. My uncle was like that. Oh man, he was worked every day, but when he get off, he would just get toasted. You know, uh, but he wasn't like an aggressive drunk. He was always like a. You probably would have thought that he would just smoked a lot of weed. You know, he was just like laughing and telling jokes and stuff. He was that type of drunk, but never got in no wrecks. But he caught a bunch of different DUIs. Never got in no wrecks. Never hurt nobody. But the judge told him, he was like, "Hey man, look here. You got to tighten your ass up. You know, we're gonna put you on this leg monitor. It's gonna monitor if you're drunk, if you got alcohol in your system. You pass all that, you pay the fines. If not, the next time you could be going to prison. You could be doing some serious time." So, like I said, he worked, he took care of his business, but unfortunately, he just liked to get drunk and drive home from the bar, you know, which is still no bueno. But yeah, he went through that. He wore an ankle monitor. Uh, he got some type of the license set up, you know, where he could go to work, this and that, so where he could still work. But they gave him a whole booklet of stuff that he couldn't eat, he couldn't drink, he couldn't consume, he couldn't use because it could possibly give off a false positive or a positive test. And it was like every day. I don't know if they did it more than once. It might have did it more than once, but like at least once a day, it would beep and then have like a little sensor in there. I guess at some point the sweat or whatever would hit it and it would detect it and I don't know, send a signal back or however it did it. But yeah, there was some things on the list that he never ate or never consumed, so he didn't have to worry about it. But there was some stuff, all different types of stuff you wouldn't even think that it would affect it, but it just ultimately gets in your system, your bloodstream, and it can give off that type of test. Let's see. Man, yeah, it seems like it's been turned into a whole thing up there in Canada about the chicken coops. Damn. You know, I was thinking about making chicken coop the night safe word. I'm glad I waited on that one. I'm glad I waited it out. You know, sometimes just when you think about things about to crash or start to shift, you know, wait a few minutes and sometimes they turn. Definitely glad I did not make chicken coop the night safe word. Dodge that bullet. I don't know. Let's see here. Guess it's about time. You know, I think I've rambled about absolutely nothing for long enough. You know, if you think the doors of the asylum should be open, press one in chat. You ready for the doors to be opened up and all the inmates to be released? Please let me know. Yeah, I think sometimes it's just the neighbors. You know, some people have good neighbors. Some people just are just people. You know, sometimes it's not even no really fault of their own. That's just who they are. It's what they see. It's what they hear. You know. Uh, I hadn't had really too many crazy neighbors. You know, there was one time I had like one that was just like overly friendly. You know what I mean? Like too friendly. Like it's just all right. It's getting like creepy. You know what I mean? It's a little creepy. We got 2-1s. Some people's not quite sure about the asylum doors yet. Oh, no doubt. Solid, solid or real, the real thing, baby. You know, solid, no doubt. Solid, my brother. Solid. Oh, well, going 2 for 2. So put the link in chat. The asylum doors are officially open. Feel free. Please bring gifts. Please bring peace offerings. You know, they're not recommended, but you know, they are encouraged. Bring some type of insight, conversation. Chaos is chaos, but you know, it is what it is. Other than that, the link's out there. I got to step away for just 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me. All right. Back like I never left. Back by unpopular demand. Definitely. Finally made it to the 1K, you know. Slowly but surely we got there. Appreciate everybody that's tuned in, checked in, shared out at some point. Definitely appreciate it, you know. I do find it fascinating that anybody else would find something that I would say or something put out there sometimes to be fascinating or interesting, you know. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe the world has reached such a level of boredom that, you know, even the all knowing, unknowing wildlife can move up a few pegs on the metaversal totem pole. You know, anything is possible. Anything is possible, they say. Even the word impossible says I'm possible. So, you know, there you go. But yeah, definitely appreciate everyone that's helped make it all possible. If not, I'd just be here rambling to myself, you know. Probably be just a bunch of random bulldog talk, you know. Who the heck wants to hear that? Yeah. Maybe you just need a good fence, and maybe you need a good fence. I think somebody once said a good fence, something about a fence and a neighbor. A good fence makes a good neighbor. I don't know. Could be. I don't here where I live now. I don't have any direct neighbors or anything like that. But where I'm getting ready to transition to soon, hopefully some point next year, uh, definitely no neighbors. There's probably, I mean, there's neighbors on the road, but I mean, not immediate. You know what I mean? You can do what you want out there. Ain't nobody gonna bother you. Do what you want on your land. Uh, test out your different equipment, stuff like that. No, no doubt. And heck, most of the people that do live on the road, I've known for so long, you know, or the next generation that took it over. So most people I know, for the most part, I know more people in the area than not. Not saying I know everybody, but most people, you know. The Rad Shatter. Good to see you, Rad. Always appreciate you checking in, tuning in. Welcome to the everything and nothing that is Watts World. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Need to go back out there sometime soon and just kind of walk through, get a lay of the land. I ain't really worried about clearing nothing out right now, because it's still the dog days of summer. Still got the rest of the hurricane season to go through. Hopefully, it's not too devastating, but whatever could come down or get toppled from that. If anything, I'll just wait till it gets deep into the fall. Everything's pretty much died off. All the limbs are down. Make for an easier cleanup overall. That way, I ain't got to do it twice. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have some chickens in. Definitely gonna have chickens again, no doubt. I ain't trying to be like Purdue chicken. I ain't trying to be like Purdue chicken or anything, but yeah, definitely have enough where I could eat on, have me enough eggs. You know, there's abundance, that's even better. If not, there's enough for me to live off of, that's even better. You know, one less thing to worry about getting from the store or even locally. You know, when I get my eggs from people here locally, fresh eggs. You know, it's good. I love them. Better quality, fresher. I know where they come from, but no doubt, do what I can. Put that money towards something else. You know, build up something else. Shoot. Can't let the government get all the build back better. You know, got to build back something ourselves. Blue Butterfly, good to see you. Always good to see you. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods this evening. Rotisserie chicken, $3.99. There you go. Get it while it's hot. Get it while it's hot. Yeah, ain't gonna lie, I do that sometimes. I guess not that it's any better. I try to get the ones. Ultimately, it's plastic regardless, but I try to get the ones if they got them. It's got like the hard plastic container. I know ultimately it's probably the same thing, but I don't know. I had a bad experience with the ones in the like the little plastic baggy style. You know what I mean? I don't know if the chicken was too hot or it was too hot, too close to the lamp, but yeah, at some point the bag and the chicken that it was in came fused as one. And I'm like, oh heck no! Ain't nobody did a quality check on this. They just put it out and walked away. You know? But yeah, I don't know. Definitely gonna have some chickens, ducks, rabbits. Who knows what else? Just turn the goats loose and let them clear out the grass and clear out a bunch of underbrush. It's amazing. But you can turn out a few goats loose, man. They'll eat up some grass and stuff. Just throw up a little temporary barricade and let them just clean out an acre at a time. Vines, underbrush, all that type of stuff will be cleared out. Watch out. Kim, good to see you. Beautiful day down under. Would not think it's winter. We may end up getting a hot summer like you guys. Yeah, it's been, I don't know. Uh, Here where I live out on Georgia, I guess it's been right on par for the most part. I know a lot of other places it's been hot. A lot of other places besides the South, they've been breaking different heat records and things like that. Um, yeah, getting winter in Australia. Nice. Even here where I live out on Georgia, the winters really are fairly mild for the most part compared to other places. You know, there aren't really a whole lot of days that it gets down and stays below freezing. Definitely not any negatives. Uh, you know, they've got it concealed and maneuvered into a 1 day a year snowpocalypse event. But other than that, it's pretty mild. Generally, fall and winter, they're pretty mild in the South. Sometimes it don't feel like, but it's half spring and half fall. You know, summer just takes over a little bit of spring and a little bit of fall. The rest of the seasons just kind of fit in where they can. Hmm. Ain't no telling. Ain't no telling. Fascinating. Yeah, I got me a got some things out the garden today. Some squash, zucchini. The last little bit of it. I think that's probably about the last of it I'll get out of those few plants. They're still producing somewhat, but even though I got them maneuvered somewhat in the shade, yeah, I think they're about done. I got some I put up frozen, things like that, but I don't know. Might take the ones I picked today, make like some type of stir fry or something with them tomorrow. I ain't decided yet. I'll cook up something tomorrow. I just ain't figured out what it is. Hey, see, I think I could maneuver. I think I can maneuver and function in certain parts of Australia, the land down under. You know, 'cause I feel the same way. Once it starts getting below 65 degrees Fahrenheit, starts getting a little suspect, a little questionable. You know. Yeah. Once you hit 65 degrees, you know that's start to get into that transition. Starts getting a little questionable. Oh man, you done started the international Canadian chicken war. Oh, no. Don't make the chickens too mad. I think I heard somewhere, or read somewhere the other day, they just had some another chicken recall. I don't know if it was chicken and eggs or it was just eggs, but I know that one report I saw. I forget how many it was. I don't know if it was millions of eggs or it was millions of dollars worth of eggs. I forget exactly what it was. I said, well, that's about right. You know, It's about time for another egg recall, another egg delay. You know, I don't think people ever recuperated from the last one. The running of the eggs. Who knows? I don't even remember what they were recalled for. Probably some type of contaminant, salmonella, or I don't know. I mean, being an egg, I imagine there's only so many type of ways you can get that. Whatever happens, I don't know. Probably like most of them, it was just a poor product overall to begin with. Other than that, I don't know how something like that would happen. Uh, Being stored in maybe a hot, cold environment, temperature dropping, I don't know. Being inside an egg like that. Dang, B. Got them all riled up. Wow. $9 a dozen. Hmm. And that's from like a supermarket or something. That's not like from somebody that farm fresh eggs, I imagine. Yeah, that's crazy because I'm not even paying $9 a dozen for the farm fresh eggs I get. So yeah, that's crazy. Paying $9 a dozen, but it's interesting. I remember one time I found this website. It was like I can't remember what it was to look it up again, but it wouldn't be hard to find. But it was like this global uh, commodity report calculator or whatever it was. It would allegedly show you like real time prices or different commodities and things around the world. I'm pretty sure they got other websites or things like that, but it used to be pretty cool. It showed all different types of stuff, um, things like that, different markets. It wasn't really directly like a stock website, but I mean, I imagine stuff like that, different reports, or however true or factual it was, could be used in certain things. Yeah, I know some places they have different rules or stuff like that established. If you're out in the country or if you have so many acres, you can, but within city limits or within town limits. And I could see that maybe on like a rooster or something, but a couple chickens, I don't know. Unless it just became a nuisance, I don't know what the problem would be. Let's see here. Saw an article today. Diesel will be the problem more than gas. Diesel keeps supply lines moving. Oh, I could imagine. Yeah, uh, yeah, for a lot of different things. Then you figure anytime there's a increased presence or an increased status of war, uh, stuff like diesel is going to go up. You figure all the machinery and mechanics that relies on diesel, then all the trucks and everything to get it to go from point A to point B, all the logistics, uh, then all your heavy equipment, things like that, that run off different forms of diesel. But I think overall, anytime it's in a more heightened state of war, whatever may be happening, you know, uh, it could even be to a point where things get downgraded or die down as far as the war. We're never not in a state of war. It's always something going on, even if it's simply internal. But yeah, they could let stuff could die down. There wouldn't be a an explosion or a shooting anywhere, but they would still keep those wartime tactics. Whatever it may be, rationing, price increase. Sometimes if there isn't a direct intent to go to war, one can be malfunctioned, one can be manufactured. One can be manufactured. Oh yeah, yeah. I think gas trickled down here for maybe not even 2 weeks, then yeah, it went straight back up. Yeah, I did notice a lot more people today when I was getting gas. People trying to pay with cash because a lot of them stores that do that type of stuff, they have like rewards points, and then if you pay with cash, it's cheaper than you use your card. Some places it can be like I've seen it like 10 to 15 cents cheaper a gallon. But I don't know. I need to check. I don't ever check my points. I don't know. I might have messed up. I might have not understood the system. I don't know. Hopefully my points rolled over. None of my points roll over. I've probably been missing out on a lot of options. I didn't even know it. Yeah, I need to check it. Probably got like 33 million royalty points, reward points just sitting around I could cash in on. I probably got enough royalty points to get all the way to California and back. Who knows? I need to check in on that. Oh yeah, I know that's right. Who knows? And just because it's that one particular price, that's that one barrel of oil at that particular price to that particular commodity broker. For each time that barrel transition or goes through somebody else's hands, it's going to go up. You know, but yeah, they may be getting it for a certain price, but they ain't coming off the price. I mean, like here, once it got over a dollar and something, and then it went to over $2 back in the day, it just slowly went up. Each time they made it to the next dollar increment, it never really went down. It fluctuated for a little while, you know, but it always kind of rounded up, balanced up to that next 99-cent percentile. Millions of eggs. I have to look into that. I don't know. I know there's tons of recalls. I can make a whole broadcast on just the weekly or the daily recalls, but I'll check in and tune in every now and then just to see. But most of the time, it's not even nothing I consume or deal with. The few times it has, it's always been like a specific location at a specific time, you know. I'm like, how is it that you can track down where these bagels were, time it was consumed, the shipment and everything, but y'all can't find or do nothing else that's way more important than where the heck these bagels were shipped and at, you know what I mean? I don't know. Sometimes it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny the optics they present. Don't call it a comeback. The bird flu's been here for years. How you walking around clucking like a chicken and tears in your ears? Yeah, you don't want that, ladies and gentlemen. You do not want tears coming out of your ears. I think that was a song. And it's the end of the world as we know it. Yeah. I think, but no, times like that can happen. You know, it could be maybe the groundbreaking or end of the world as you know it doesn't necessarily be it's the end of the world, you know. or even as we grow and evolve or learn something new, there's still so much of the world that's beautiful that we love and can recognize, but certain things change. Uh, Certain things we may just not, we can't see them for what they once were. Not, whatever it may be. But I don't know. Hmm. Dang. It's a dark world when you can't trust the bird owners. You know what I mean? What else do you got? I don't know. The birds and the bees sound pretty important. You know what I mean? Allegedly, we all started from the birds and the bees. It starts with the birds and the bees, and it can all come to an end without the birds and the bees. Unless one of y'all just want to volunteer to run around dressed up like a honeybee, you know, that may or may not be good optics. I can't speak for that. Some people I wouldn't advise. I just flat out stand against it. In my area, close by, people have found larger birds dead. Wildlife say they need to see 5 birds found dead. Hmm. And then that's kind of tricky, because you may have several different reports like that. You may have 10 people that could have a report of something like that, but nobody else kind of thought about it or nothing else gets documented. It kind of goes unseen. So there might have been a problem there. There might have been an issue there. Whether they cared about it or whether they just overall didn't care, it's tricky to say. You know, those type of things you can't always get a accurate data, not unless it just exceeds the amount overall, on the initial investigation. But if it's just kind of like one over here, one over here, one over here, yeah, it may sound like isolated events, but overall, it's something's going on. Something. Who knows? Just leads into question what happened to them. Was there foul play? No pun intended, but was there foul play? Was there any type of foul play? If it looks like they just dropped out of the sky, then you know that opens up a different can of worms. Signals, frequencies, whatever that may be. Birds just seem to naturally know where to go, unless you put a sliding glass door or a really clean window in front of them. It just confuses the hell out of them. Other than that, man, they can get through some stuff. You know what I mean? But yeah, you put a sliding glass door and a really clean window out there, yeah, it's gonna get them every time. Every time. Man, yeah, they used to do that at my grandma's house. Right out the back of her sliding glass window that you could see from the living room. She had all her bird feeders and everything so she could watch them. But man, they used to love leaving there, boom, headed straight towards the sliding glass window. I don't remember what it was. They got must have been some type of tent or something they put on the window. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, you could still see out of it, but it changed up the outside had a little different look to it. And I don't know. I wasn't always there, but it seemed like once they did that, yeah, it didn't really happen as much. Happened very rare after that. Yeah, I don't remember what it was, but anyway, yeah. I used to tear my grandma's back sliding glass window doors up. Oh, that's how it was at my grandma's house sometimes. Yeah, you got to pay attention. Going outside through the back sliding glass door on the patio, Yeah, it was like crossing the road. You had to look both ways and up, both ways and up. You know what I mean? Yeah, I about caught a couple to the face a couple times. You know, take a couple pigeons and you take a cardinal to the chin, it'll make you tighten up. You know, start looking both ways and up before you cross that patio. But that's just how she had it built up. She had, oh man, bird feeders, houses, hummingbirds. Man, she had all that stuff. It was a really ultimately it was a bird interstate. You know what I mean? They knew there was generations of birds that told about the lore and the history. You know, if you make it to this lady's backyard, you're good for the season. You know? Oh yeah, it was crazy. Can't confirm nor deny that right now. You know what I mean? Can't convert. We can't confirm nor deny the pollen distribution ratio. You know, too many numbers to crunch. Too many numbers to crunch right now. I can't pull up my calculator. Oh, same here. Oh yeah. Y'all go into full Bruce Lee ninja mode. You know, you don't know which way it came from. It's like you swipe at it, it doesn't move over. You know, you can't get rid of it. I remember one time we had to do a. I don't even remember now. I think we just had to run some new lines in this house, but the house set up pretty high, so we was like, "Oh yeah, this is perfect." You know, plenty of room to walk underneath, and we opened it up, and we was like, "Oh heck yeah, everything's lined." But there was just like a protective liner in like that first little chamber. It opened up into the other part. It was still just as tall, but it wasn't all. They hadn't all waterproofed it off yet. They hadn't got to that part. So man, my coworker was in front of me and he shined his light, and oh man, it literally looked like the no lie, it looked like one of the Indiana Jones movies where they're going through the Temple of Doom and they go around the corner and it's just like a whole sheet of spider webs from every which way you look. Oh, it was like that. And I told him, I said, nah, I don't know about this one. I said, well, you go you go on through to the other side and I'll catch the wire and pull it on through from this side because yeah, I wasn't dealing with that. And he was like, well, if I do all that, you got to go out there and find a stick. I was like, all right, no problem. I'll find you the best stick there out there is. Probably. I brought him back an entire branch. I brought him back a whole walking club. You know what I mean? Could have walked up half a mountain with this stick. I said, there you go. Yeah, I'm not going through that Indiana Jones cobweb uh, food bar. You know, that's too much. I don't care what type of treasure's on the other side. I'll just be the middleman. You know, feed me the wire and I'll just pull it out like a Sasquatch. You know, yeah, he busted open that door and it was there. It looked just like Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom. I don't even think there was nothing there. I think everything that once was there was just completely obsolete. You know, oh yeah, they getting some of that nectar soup. Yeah, you got to be careful on them little hummingbirds, man. Be out there spontaneously combusting hummingbirds. Sounds like popcorn's popping out there. Yeah, be careful now. Out there burning their little hummingbird tongues, you know. Tongue can't be no bigger than the hair of your head. Yeah, that's got to be some bad stuff. Burn a little tongue like that. Shit. Careful, be gonna cause all the hummingbirds to migrate up here to Georgia. They ain't gonna know what the heck's going on. Now I know it's like hot overall, or even like in this time of the year, even in the shade, it's still pretty warm. But I got different. different stations set up around the property, things like that. I try to keep them in the natural flow that I see things or the birds take, but still kind of somewhat shaded, you know. But yeah, even in the shade, all that type of stuff still hot. Oh yeah, butterflies, bees, different type of insects like that. Yeah, pretty much any one of them that you see would land on the plant and go plant for plant, you know, for the most part. Some do it better than others. Some is just more adapted to do it because it's just who they are, you know, no doubt. Or even like knowing how to like self pollinate or certain plants that need like self pollination. If you you know, not a lot of bees or pollinators in your area, you know, I know a lot of times now you can go on a different seed websites and they got different like categories of seeds and stuff like they'll have a whole category of pollinators, pollinator friendly or bee friendly type plants. You know, they have those type of things. Different things you can do to attract them, but sometimes you may not have as many pollinators come through as you need. You know, self pollinating plants doing stuff like that. You know, you may have a solid plant, beautiful, uh, but yeah, if you just some of them that need that extra pollination or whatever it takes to get to the next level. It's pretty. I mean, it's uh, bees, butterflies for the most part. They're pretty steady. I keep a lot of different other flowers and stuff out there to attract them and bring them in. But it seems to work. Definitely down the road. I keep saying it, but yeah, definitely gonna be looking into beekeeping. See about getting some bees. I think that would be an interesting thing. You know what I'm saying, say I don't need the eggs or the meat. I'm just going for fruit and nuts instead. And besides, our bodies are crystal. Could be crystal clear. Crystal clear. Could be. Could be. Like a frozen Superman, you know. Or whatever process they use to like store information. I even think about it now with seeing different studies, different reports, or where they talk about uh, water or things like that hold memory. You know, to what degree, I don't know. I'm not a chemist. I'm not a waterologist, an H2Ologist, but I mean, to a certain degree, even in my small mind, you know, it makes sense. Holding memory, whatever it may be, frequency, uh, may not be like a memory like we think of it replaying in our mind. It may be a certain frequency, a certain tone that gets held with it. You know, like the term living water. You know, living water versus just stagnant dead water, whatever it may be. But you think about it. I don't know if it was in all of them, but there was a scene in one of the Superman movies where he went to this someplace on Earth or somewhere, and it was like in this crystal palace, and that's how he communicated with his uh, dad or parents that were long gone. They stored like all their memories and information and stuff that he needed to know to survive on these different crystals. Uh, I don't know, this palace, that crystal palace, might have had a name, but it made me think about it. You know, and I mean, it kind of sounds weird and far fetched. That was like in the Superman movie, what, in the 70s, 80s. But I mean, to a certain degree, it makes sense. If you could store memories or data in water, if it could harness those type of things, you know, definitely some type of crystals. Crystals could. I don't know the classification or what it would take to store something like that, but I don't know. Whether it is or it isn't, even in my small mind, it seemed like it could be to a certain point. There you go. Get them reptiles. Get them reptiles out of your cerebellum. See? Stay up there. See, I don't want it to stay up there. Yeah, I guess Florida is one of those states, it's still safe enough to do the campfire this time of the year, I guess you could definitely do that at the beach or whatever. Shoot, I'm getting the meat sweats just thinking about it. An unwritten contract is like signed in water. Oh, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, whatever the premise or the elevation or whatever it was at that point is long been went downstream, completely changed up, no doubt. Either way, to the good or to the different, no doubt. Yeah, just having that understanding, that ability to just can tell the difference, at whatever point it transitions from living water to dead, stagnant water. Well, no, we'll be down there near the Atlantic, in the Atlantic next weekend. You know, ultimately the Atlantic oceans. I don't. None of them are really the beaches or oceans you go to if you want to see crystal clear waters for sure. It's so highly trafficked and highly traveled. You know what I mean? In Savannah itself, being one of the major ports, it's getting a little bit of everything, getting a little dose of everything. Maybe working out for the better. May keep some type of level of immunization. Keeps the immunization up. Who knows? It may have a counter react with the salt and the sun. But yeah, I'll be down there in the water next weekend, no doubt. Never, you never know how these things go. Be sometimes they can go like a roller coaster, and sometimes they just seize up like the contestants on the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. You never know how it goes. Oh, mosquitoes, yeah. I don't know. I think that first and second wave of those GMO mosquitoes kind of burnt up. They came out pretty strong, pretty hot and heavy, but I don't think they could handle the heat. They didn't get that figurization worked out right. Oh yeah, yeah. It's got some, like anywhere, it's got some nice areas. Then it's got some suspect areas. You know what I mean? Definitely try to stay upstream on some things, but yeah, not exactly sure where all my travels will take me down there. Some of it's predetermined. I got to do some classes for certain for Friday and Saturday, but yeah, depending on where exactly the hotel they got us at and how far we are from the going and checking out the Savannah Bananas game, either Friday or Saturday. There's definitely going to be some exploration. There will be exploration. And if nothing else, I'm gonna go watch the Savannah Bananas, learn something in class, maybe, hopefully, maybe teach them something. Who knows? There may be some breakthroughs either way. Check out the beach. Give me something good to eat. Give me some good Savannah coastal cuisine. You know, I'm gonna have to go in there and check out, see what old Paula Dean's doing. See if they got old Paula Dean in the kitchen. Yeah, sometimes that is advisable. You don't want to start it too early and you don't want to start it too late. So, if you've already made it close to midnight, you might as well wait it out. It's like New Year's, Y2K. You made it this far, You fully committed up to this point. No need to break your disciplinary record. No need to break it. B, as much as we want the truth and as much as we want to know, some things we just, we don't want to know. We don't want to know. But why somebody would even want to do it to begin with, why somebody would want to enter the limitless glizzy eating contest. It's America. It's what we do here. We'll take your average cookout food and just turn it into an extreme sporting event, It's what we do in America when we can radicalize hot dogs to the point where they're now considered an extreme sporting event. It's crazy. I don't even eat hot dogs anymore, but there's people out there that take it as a professional sporting event. Oh, like most of the stuff you buy is so GMO'd and so modified and so stripped down or whatever it is natural. That's why they have to put on the package enriched, fortified, all those different terms, terms that they wouldn't even have to put and wouldn't even have to use if they left some things in its natural form, natural state, But when you strip something down of everything that makes it good, of course you have to find ways to fortify it and enrich it, Definitely not enriching what was already there and fortifying what was already there. No. You got to tear it down. You got to build it back. It's crazy. All right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. For the most part, I get, as clean as I can get. I know some sources are just absolutely crappy, but I definitely don't drink the certain waters, that's for sure. Definitely try to limit it. Nothing else, sometimes you just has a better taste to it. Better taste, better feeling. If it tastes like the container that it came in, it's probably not a good thing. It's probably not a good thing. It tastes like a bioengineered recyclable container. Let's see here. More plasma coming in, so supposed to be able to breathe eventually. You mean like in nature? In nature or in the snow globe? You mean like plasma from the sun? I don't know. It's funny, the plasma coming in from the sun or whatever's happened naturally. Then I don't know if y'all got them in y'all's area. I don't really know. I think it's some, I don't know, some weird stuff going on in there. Of course, my mind always thinks that way, but they have these, I don't know when they started popping up. Maybe, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, maybe like I don't know, 5 or 6 years before the COVID, they started having all these, like plasma centers, First it was just like one, then it was like two or three, then now it's like, man, they're all over the place. I guess you go in there, they take your blood out, they separate the plasma from the blood, and then they give you your blood back. But I'm thinking, man, yeah, I don't know. It just don't sound right. Maybe it's just me, Maybe it's just me, but it just sounds like they've just set up these centers all around the place to just drain people of their energy. And I see people just come out of there, man, they just like, I don't know, I guess it affects everybody differently, but they're like kind of stunned. They don't really know what's going on. I don't know. Let's see here. All right, we got our first contestant in the backstage. Let's see what we got here. Tasha,
Hey,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome in, welcome up.
Good evening, and for the people today, everybody. Good evening.
Yeah, late
How
night for us, early morning for you. How are you?
I'm doing well. Sorry, I haven't been a while here. I had some issues and things to sort out, but I'm taking day by day. That's the best.
Oh, it's understandable. Life happens. Life happens. So,
No, it's freezing cold here. I'm not lying to you. It was like yesterday morning. I'm not sure what it is now. It was like 28 Fahrenheit.
oh wow.
So, but it's no
See,
snow still.
do y'all get snow? Is it
No,
common or uncommon to get snow where you live on South Africa?
we don't have snow at all.
Okay.
No, we don't have snow.
It's about like here on Georgia sometimes. We get it like once a year, once a day. But yeah, for the most part, it'll get just all around just like brutal cold, but no snow, you know? All the
Yeah.
cold, all the miserable effects, but none of the uh, glorious snow.
I think if I can say in America, my weather, okay, they have snow, but my summer is almost like the same as Missouri, Kansas City. My temperature is almost the same because a
Hmm.
friend of mine, we've been talking almost 2 years, and we're tracking our temperature to each other, and I think my temperature is almost the same as hers, but not the winter, but my summer and things is almost the same. So yeah,
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, that's
but
interesting. Yeah, certain places like that line up.
we got snow in the okay, we don't call it states like you guys, but we call it provinces, but the Eastern Cape, that's Port Elizabeth or Jeffreys, where the big surfing going on, and they snowed it. It snowed in the mountains there. So I'm not far from, not I won't say far, but I mean, yeah, but I'm a few kilometers away from them. So I get a cold from the snow. The winds and things, I get it.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm about 3 hours drive from where the snow is. So I'm not that far, but won't snow yet.
Yeah, same here. Where I live at here on the state of Georgia, I'm kind of like in the middle. I'm in the middle of like the Savannah River region, so a couple hours I can be at the beach, or in the wintertime, if the conditions right, I can be up in North Georgia in the mountains, and there can be snow there. You know.
Yeah, I think Kim, sorry, I can't see the chat really much too well today, but I think Kim can tell you this place where I'm staying, it's cold. Really, it's cold because I'm staying close to the Mooirivier. Um, it's Mooirivier means in English it's pretty river. So I'm from my house to the river. It's not even 1 mile. So that's why it's so cold. So I got a river down the street and things from me, but it's cold. Really, really cold. So if my voice, I'm very husky at this moment because I'm lying down with my phone on my chest. So I might sound very funny today. And it's early in the morning. It's 6 o'clock in the
Happen.
morning, just after 6.
Happen. It's fascinating. Halfway around the world, still can check in, still can tune in. It's a beautiful thing. You know.
But how's things going with you? Everything going well?
Going well. Going well. You know.
Are you excited about the football season is going to start soon, or did they start warming up some games and things?
No, well, they're doing, I guess, whatever teams and organizations they're still doing, like their practices, drills, things like that. Um, I forget when the pros start, but the uh, college it starts, I think, like the first week in September. So it's still like just a little over a month away. But yeah, all the teams is kind of getting finalized. Everybody's seeing who's going to be their main guy. You know what I mean? It's just full on madness, full on football madness. You know. Americans can't get
Okay.
enough of this football.
I wanted to ask you something. A friend of mine told me yesterday about it, and I just want to confirm by you guys if it's true or not. That's what I actually wanted to ask you. Is some people ask about, do you guys not going to change your clocks anymore? They're thinking about you guys not going to change your clocks. I know in South Africa we don't change clocks, but they said you guys not. They're thinking you guys not going to change your clock. Is that true?
Are we not going to do what now?
Change your clocks, the times. I think when it's winter time you change the clock backwards or forwards. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
And when it's
Spring
summertime, you
forward,
change.
fall back.
Yes.
How does y'all's time work? Do y'all do that, or does y'all's time just stay the same?
Our time stayed the same. That's what I'm asking. Are you guys going to change it or not? Because a friend of mine, like I said, from USA, told me that you guys they're thinking of not changing it anymore. So I want to know if it's true or not.
Unfortunately, I can't disclose this in an open setting. Closed settings, but openly, no. It's just too much for the mass public. But
Okay.
no, they talk about it. Let's see. Hold on. We got somebody in the back chat. It's a golden day. It's a golden day, ladies and gentlemen. Golden side. Welcome, golden side, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. How you guys doing?
Hi,
Thank you,
Golden.
Mr. Watt. Hi.
Good evening. Good to see you. Hope all is well.
Weird
Hey.
weather we're having here.
Yeah, you're not in Kansas anymore.
Yeah.
But
Are you guys having it down there?
weird. I don't know. My weather's not really so much. I mean, this time of the year, it's always hot. If anything, it feels like it was milder than normal because we went through such a period of no rain that the humidity kept it down. So, I mean, it could have been a lot worse. A lot of other areas are getting it. But yeah, I don't know. For the most part, no, we haven't broken any heat records. For the most part, we've been kind of in our normal. The drought and the lack of rain kind of sucks,
We're the opposite, dude. How are we like one state away and we're the opposite? We are record lows. We're 68 degrees during the day.
Sure.
Yeah, that's crazy. They have record lows in summertime. It sounds weird.
And tons of rain. Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. Tell me quickly, Golden, are you from Missouri, if I may ask?
No, I'm not. No.
Okay, no, because it's something about Kansas City. That's what I'm just asking. Okay, you guys have got a lot of places there, but I'm just
No, I'm in North Carolina. We've had like tons of rainfall. It's been raining for 3 weeks.
Sure. Okay.
Almost every day. And 68 degrees during the day.
Sure. But also I heard about somebody also told me that in Austin in Texas it's overflowing that lot of rain in a short period of time they got a lot of rain. I don't know if that is also true. I mean
they had some
people told me.
I forget, Bonnie, she spoke and mentioned the specific counties or county that was affected, but to put you in perspective, it was, I don't know if you remember last year when they had that real bad flood in Texas and there was like a camp or something and some of the children and different people got swept away. It was allegedly pretty much that same area. But Bonnie said that it was a lot worse this year. Not so much as death, but overall just destruction, just sheer coverage of destruction, And I have seen that in certain places. And then it's weird because where I'm at, the last 3 days, they projected all type of rain and stuff from the after effects of Big Bertha. But then it just, each day it just fades away. Like yesterday, we were supposed to have severe thunderstorms at 11:30 Eastern Standard Time. Then it went to 1:30, then 3:30. Then they pushed it to 8 o'clock, and then we never got no rain. I think I've seen like a few drops, and that was it.
We got so much rain, my corn's done. It got
vortex. It's pushing it all up right before it gets to me. It's going all straight up in North Carolina.
Yeah, it's the craziest thing. Like I said, it was 68 degrees during the day. It's supposed to be around 90 to 100. So what's going on?
Yeah.
It's just been crazy. I don't know what else to say, but it's been crazy. It's just abnormal, highly abnormal for the area. Yeah. Highly abnormal.
So they say what they say is Super El Nino. Super El Nino's then merged with El Nino. They did a triple tag team match with Godzilla. Godzilla's back in the power play now. There's some stuff brewing. People's talking. You think I'm crazy? They're talking about it. Godzilla's back. I don't think he or she ever left. I don't know. They keep saying it. It's going to be. I don't know the summer of the thing, but I don't know. Seems like everybody else is getting it right now. Just kind of knocking on wood and holding my time, especially living this far in the so even North Carolina, you can get the hurricane factor. I don't know exactly if it was affected by Helena 2 years ago. It's almost been 2 years since that, but yeah.
We were affected by Helena, but I'm 3.5 hours away from the mountains. That's why this low temperature drop into the 60s is really strange. I'm not in the mountains, and I'm 3.5 hours from that area, so I'm kind of in the middle of the state. So I
Yeah.
shouldn't really be getting anything. Helene hit us a little bit, but it hit the town that I'm in more than the outskirts where I live. The town was flooded, but it's like it was weird that Helene spread like 3.5 hours away.
Yeah, I think remember they said that the eye or whatever the epicenter of Helena when it passed through the south, it was like, what did they say? It got pretty close. It was like 45 miles or 50 miles west of where I live here on Georgia, and and it was weird how it happened. There was some streets, a few limbs down, and on the opposite side of the streets, it was total destruction. That was the worst storm I ever seen. I didn't ever think a hurricane could make it through this part like that directly, but that was the one.
Yeah, you guys got hit. Well, I don't know how close you are to where it got hit, but you guys got hit really bad. We didn't get hit bad. The West Coast, the mountains,
Yeah.
by Asheville did, but we didn't get hit real bad. But whatever is happening here this year, and we got hit bad in the winter, which was odd too. We got over a foot of snow in the winter, and that's odd.
Gotta love it. Gotta love the weather manipulation,
Yeah, it was like usually we get a half an inch. Now, last year we got a foot, and now it's just constantly raining. It's kind of more like either spring or autumn here. It's not hot out. It's, the plants don't know whether to flower or to ripen.
Oh,
They're kind
yeah.
of doing both, but it's like, okay.
Yeah, no doubt. Especially, when the more, they messed up North Carolina when they put North in the name. It just confused the whole state. They didn't know if it wanted
So
to
how
have
you been,
southern
Mr.
weather or
Watt?
northern weather. Um, what's that? Check, check, mic check. Uh-oh. Might have been one of those things when
I
somebody
can't
dropped.
hear you. So
Can't hear me?
oh, she dropped off. I can't hear you. I'll be right back in.
Huh. It's funny how that happens, Well, I guess it's only the luck of the draw when it's two people on. It's funny how when somebody drops, it kills the audio from somebody else. Fascinating stuff. You gotta love the StreamYard YouTube games. You figure by now is the price and all the 5G, 6G, 10G towers, receptors, satellites. You figure they could have fixed that out. That just lets you know they ain't trying to. It's the StreamYard roulette.
Yeah, seriously, StreamYard's
Check,
acting
check.
up.
Mic check.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't know. It does that sometimes. If somebody leaves from the, if somebody drops down, it'll kill somebody else's audio. I don't know why it does that. Yeah, it does it to Cheryl all the time. It just completely it aggravates her. Try to do a backstage or something. Yeah, she got to redo it about 3 times.
Yeah, it's a pain. It's a difficult. And it just started. At least I just noticed it like 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're
Once they
fixing
get
it
you,
or
you're in this system though. You got to be careful. Once they get you, they've got the scent. There's like, yep, we got one. We got one we can knock out of there with a belt. He got Bonnie one night. She was talking about the mattresses and the mattress mafia. They got her. You know, this is the place it can happen.
But it's all streams. It's just StreamYard. It's all the streams. It does it on every stream.
Yeah, there's got to be a StreamYard thing there.
It is. It's a StreamYard thing.
Gotta love it. Shrinkflation.
Cheryl, I don't have an apple yet. I'm waiting for my apple trees to grow bigger, if they do.
Nice. I don't know. There might be some type of apples that would survive here. I don't know. I never really thought about it.
We planted 2 last year from seed, and this year the leaves fell off in the summertime. And I wanted to say it's because the weather's kind of confusing them. So see if they come back. They don't look dead. Just the leaves are gone.
Could be. Imagine there are some types that might could work here. I don't know. I've never tried it. I don't really think I've ever heard of anybody doing it.
Oh, Cheryl was asking if I have an Apple iPhone. Yeah, I do. But even with people like David, who comes on my streams, Cheryl, it kicks him off and he doesn't have an Apple. It's just StreamYard does it for some reason.
Yeah, they thought it was an international conspiracy against Apple product users, you know. But no, it seems to affect everybody, even the galaxies, and you know, they figured out how to do it across the board.
I have an Android too. I have an Android phone, but Apple's a lot easier to use and a lot faster than the Android is. Galaxy, was it Samsung Galaxy?
Yeah, that's what I got. Samsung Galaxy.
I couldn't figure how to turn it off, so it's still on in the drawer and rings
Too much.
periodically.
Yeah, each model, yeah, they make the phone smarter, but they change up. There's so many. Yeah, you got to figure it out. You know, the phone gets smarter, but it dumbs us down trying to figure out how to operate the next generation.
Yeah, basically. I've tried to turn that Samsung Galaxy off like 5 times and finally said forget about it and left it in the drawer.
I mean, you could send me to the Great Wall of China virtually from my phone, but for me to take a screenshot or to turn it off, you know, you got to go through an act of Congress. Insane. Lord forbid you want to take a screenshot in the midst of them monitoring and viewing everything you're doing, or just turn it off, you know. Lord forbid you want to do that. Oh, no, no, no. Keep scrolling, keep swiping. You haven't viewed the appropriate amount of streams and hours today, you know.
So I watched the new He-Man movie.
How was it? On a scale of 1 to 10, how was it?
0.
Damn. There you go. There you go. I like it. Just put it out there. Tell us about it.
It was okay.
Did you view He-Man before you saw the movie?
What?
Were you familiar with He-Man before you saw the movie?
Yes, I grew up watching He-Man.
Okay.
That was my kind of before school cartoons. He-Man, Transformers, G.I. Joe, Gem. They were all on before I went to school in the morning when I was a little kid. So I'm very familiar with He-Man and She-Ra and everything. They made He-Man dumb. They dumbed him down.
Of course.
No, I mean dumb and emotional. Yeah, which is hard to see an action figure you liked as a kid dumbed down and made highly emotional. And I don't know what they were doing with Skeletor. And for some odd reason, they have either British or Irish accents. I'm not understanding that, but I don't know. It was very odd. It was not well thought out. And I think if you haven't seen He-Man and you don't know what He-Man is and you haven't watched any of the cartoons or the previous movie, you may like it.
Yeah.
But I think if you're a fan of He-Man and She-Ra and Masters of the Universe, you're not going to like it.
I couldn't really tell you like what about the show or the cartoon in general. You know, I know the general like premise. I did see the what was it, the He-Man movie with Dolph Lundgren.
Yeah.
I have seen that one. So,
Well, did you like that one?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't know much about He-Man, so just to watch the movie, I mean, it was. I guess it was, you know, a decent movie. You know,
Yeah.
I guess like anything that's telling a story or got some type of storyline that originates from. I don't know. You know, of course they deviate and change it up for Hollywood and add stuff and take stuff away from the original story, of course. But I guess not really having much following or understanding about the cartoon or the fan base. Yeah, I would say
Well, then you might like the new one.
no.
I
What?
personally.
Well,
What?
I've already deleted it from my streaming service.
I hope not because of me, but it just wasn't. I'm not a big fan of them remaking stuff from the 80s. You know what I'm saying?
That's all they got now. That's all they can do is just remake the '80s. You know what I mean? That's what the stage
Yeah.
they're at, just remaking the '80s.
Like, I didn't like the new Flashdance. I didn't like the new Dirty Dancing or Footloose.
Yeah, it's like I don't know, they got some new movie coming out, and I'm like, oh man, they fixed to make another one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Got what it was, but yeah, it's nothing but remakes. Oh, what was it? Oh, it was the movie about Rocky. I'm like, man, you know it's crazy when they're making movies about Rocky about playing Rocky, and it
Yeah.
was like some guy playing Rocky, and it was like showing Sylvester Stallone like coming up, and he was young and like trying to get the role for Rocky. So I'm thinking, you're making a movie about Rocky while he's trying to play Rocky. You know, you're making a
Yeah.
movie about a movie. It's crazy. I ain't gonna lie, I did watch the clip. I'm like, all right, it kind of confused me for a second. I thought it was Sylvester Stallone. I thought he just AI modified him, but I'm like, man, that's creepy. How do you find somebody that kind of looks and sounds like him? You know, it's too weird.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there's some parts that actors play that no one else but that actor can play it and be good. Do you know what
Okay.
I'm saying?
Oh,
And I
yeah.
think Rocky is one of them. So I think like there's some actors that coin the character, you know, like Matthew Perry with Chandler. There can't be another Chandler. And he coined that. Like he was so good at it, there just can't be another one.
Yeah.
And Robert Englund as Freddy from Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh yeah, classic. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just looks stupid seeing anybody else do it. You know.
Yeah, no one else can do that. So, and be as good as he is at it. So I think like remaking the stuff, like when they did Footloose, yeah, Kevin Bacon's like that's it. He was Footloose. You know what I mean? Like it's not just the character, it's who plays it.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Everything that comes with it. Yeah.
Yeah. There's just certain things you can't replicate. And I'm not saying those actors are bad, but they just can't do that character. Like, that's it. You know what I mean?
Now, I can see it. I've definitely seen certain roles. I'm like, yeah, you know, somebody else probably doing that role probably wouldn't have fit it well.
Yeah. And then we watched Project Hail Mary. Did Did you see that one?
Haven't seen Project Hail Mary. What's it about?
Um, I don't want to give too much of it away because it is a newer movie, but it's basically about saving the Earth and having some unexpected help. So it's really good. It's a good movie, kind of on the feel good type movies. It was cute. Um, I liked it. It was a good watch.
And I guess by the name, it seems like something pretty intense. Project Hail Mary, the Earth's last stand.
Yeah, pretty much.
The man has gone before this governor.
It kind of gives different. It's kind of like they meshed up a bunch of different movies and put it into one. And it is one of the best newer movies out there, I think. It's not scary. It's kind of, I wouldn't say it's a little kid friendly, but like teenager-ish friendly, I think. So it's cute.
I started watching. I was going to watch a movie the other day, and I didn't. I don't know. Something happened. I changed my trajectory. Oh, I was going to watch the Young Washington movie. I was going to watch it. Something came up, and I didn't watch it. After a while, I'll get back to it, watch it again, see if it's watch worthy.
Young Washington?
Yeah, it was a movie. It came out this year. I don't know the exact date. Yeah, Young Washington. I forget exactly where it starts or picks up in his life, but yeah, it's just, I guess it shows like a younger Washington coming up, going through America, going through whatever different ranks. Yeah, I don't know what time period it is. It looked like it was probably, I don't know, clip I saw like it maybe was a teenager, late 20s, I mean early 20s, whatever. Yeah, I don't know how far into his life or career it went. But yeah, Young Washington. So that might be an interesting watch, you know.
Yeah. Is that on Netflix or is that on Amazon?
That I couldn't tell you. It was one of those type of apps that kind of just like finds it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I couldn't tell you. It's probably specific. It may be, I don't know which streaming service it's on.
Yeah, I did like, right now I'm doing the series was suggested to me actually by Creek Squad. The series Supernatural. I never even heard of it. I didn't even know where it came from. And I never heard of it before. Yep. But I started it and I'm binge watching.
I can see that. I know you like to talk about adventure and like paranormal stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
So no doubt.
That's my go-to.
That's what the show about the two brothers that go out and like battle good versus evil.
Yeah, basically. And I like it. It's actually really cool. It has some theology thrown in it. It has all different things. And they've been really creative with it so far. They like made one episode where they played themselves as actors. Like their character was playing their actor, who they are as an actor. And that was kind of cool. And they've done some cool stuff with it.
I forget how many seasons or episodes they had, but yeah, it had a pretty big following, yeah. I've seen a few of the episodes. I hadn't seen the entire seasons or anything, but yeah, I've seen a few episodes for sure. Pilgrim, good to see you. Anthony Crouch, good to see you. Anybody else I might have missed? Appreciate you checking in, tuning in.
Johnny, you asked for my link. I put my link in the chat.
Let's see here.
Hi, Pilgrim.
Or if you could put it, or if you got it, you can put it in the private chat. I can copy it and I can put it in the regular chat.
Okay. Here, I can
Definitely,
do that.
definitely share that out.
Thank you.
Or it was a movie that I was looking up. I said I was going to watch. It was like supposed to be like the modern adaptation of the movie Metropolis. Have you ever seen the movie Metropolis?
I want to say I have, but can you give me like a synopsis of it? Because I've seen so many
It
movies.
was made. Don't quote me exactly. It was. I want to say it was one of the first. I don't think it's the first, but it's probably one of the first like science fiction type movies. And I want to say this came out 1920s, 1930s. It was a complete. I think it was a complete silent picture. You know, whatever sounds or whatever was added into it. But basically, it just kind of showed. 1 second, let me put the link in chat. It was basically like this robot or this statuesque creature, and it just kind of showed like the transhumanism of just robot to human, human to robot, and just to think of something like that in the 20s or 30s when it came out, what people had to have been thinking. I don't know, interesting, but yeah, it just showed like this mechanical woman, and somehow they did some type of ritual or some type of thing, and it made her like a real woman.
Oh wow, kind of like a Weird Science type movie.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I forget. I have to look back into it, dig deeper. Who was the director? Who was the idea behind the channel? I mean, not the channel, but behind the movie. But definitely go over. I think I put the link in chat. That's the link, the Golden Size channel. Definitely go over, subscribe, check her out, hit the like. Definitely show some love and show some support. Still do your hold on, what's the day? You still do your Friday streams? You still do?
I haven't lately because I've been really busy. My private life has been busy as anything. So I haven't actually had a time to get a stream together. I'm hoping next Friday possibly. Just for those of you who don't know me, I have an elderly father, and a lot has been happening with that. His wife passed away, and he had a hip surgery, and so he's been doing rehab, and he stayed with me for a little bit, and I've been going down to where he's staying with my sister in South Carolina. So it's been a lot of back and forth, back and forth. And unfortunately, my husband's brother died at the same time. So it's been a lot. I haven't been able to get any streams together, but I plan next Friday. I'll say hi to Bonnie. Thank you for sharing the link. I appreciate it. Thank you, Watt, for sharing the link too.
Oh,
And
no,
Mary, yeah, I am in North Carolina, just like you are, with the crazy weather. Crazy. But yeah,
what's that? Bunny's in the chat. I ain't even see. How'd I miss Bunny in there? Good to see you, Bunny. Bunny survived getting slapped in the face, by the way, by a palm. He got face palmed by an actual palm. How about that? No doubt. Definitely keep your family in prayers, your thoughts, for whatever it's worth. Definitely, no doubt. Life always happens. Life comes first and foremost.
Yeah, life is life.
Just aside from something, life gets handled first and foremost. No doubt.
But I have been able to keep up with the garden, and also I did 35 pounds of tomatoes yesterday.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Can't stop the show.
Nope.
No, it's definitely good to be able to do that. Create some ability of sustainability, food security. It's definitely worth its weight in gold. Shit is the fan. It don't matter how much gold you got. You ain't eating that. You eating what you're doing, whatever you're growing now. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm growing, and we got the corn frozen, and just doing different stuff to preserve throughout the year. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. It's good to see people doing that. You know, it's
Do
never
you
a
do
bad
that?
time.
I
It's
forget
always a
if.
great time. But now in this timeline, it just seems more critical than ever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking of. Did you ever try the meals that you can store away for 20 years? Like you order them?
Uh,
Did you
no,
see
not.
that?
I haven't. I haven't specifically. I've got a few different packs that like people's giving me different brands and stuff. I haven't purchased them specifically, but I know there's different brands. You know, different meals like that. Like long term preparation. Yeah, 5, 10, whatever it is. No doubt, there's definitely options for that. Um, I think a lot of things they're good. I guess for an emergency, I guess it'd be good to have, but it'd be almost, I guess, in my mind, it would almost be like a MRE. It may be good
Yeah.
for the moment, but like long term, you know, of course, it's like ultimately it'd be like everything else we was trying to get away from, you know, processed. Imagine it probably have high sodiums. I don't know, but I mean, it's definitely an option, no doubt, to offset some type of weight.
Because I was thinking about them. Like I'm not. I'm a little on the leery side of doing canning my own meats.
Yeah,
Plus, I don't really care for the look of them either. So,
it may
because
be
I've
one of those
seen some.
things. It may be something that you want to have a investment or a abundance of, and it may be something that you might don't get locally, or you might can't grow, or you don't grow yourself. It could maybe something like
Hmm.
that. You know, now you're not just going and getting all their dehydrated vegetables and corn and tomatoes when you got your own corn and tomatoes, but it may be something else that you don't grow or don't have, whatever it may be. I could see, you know, using it to offset something like that.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea
Or
too.
just beans, rice, simple things like that. Just stock up and secure them properly. Those simple things like that go a long way. You know,
Hmm.
pastas or things like that you can easily build or throw something in to go around and make an entire meal. You know, fillers.
Now I've seen them do like dehydrated eggs, and that looks interesting. Um, and different things like the powdered milk, a lot of powdered stuff
Oh
that
yeah,
I've seen people can. And there's things that they've actually did themselves, like not something they bought. And I mean, I'm afraid to try it because I won't know whether it should be the way it should be. Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
Like whether I did it properly and I don't want to get sick or get anybody else sick, or
yeah.
but like I did lemonade concentrate, that's easy. And it's
Yeah, I seen where
good
you did
for,
that with the watermelons.
yeah. I had
Yeah,
an extra watermelon that we weren't going to eat. So I used 60 lemons and one extra large watermelon.
like I like that
And
recipe.
yeah, and it's tart. It's a concentrate, so it's made to be tart. And it's, shelf stable because of the lemon juice. But, you know, you get the right, it also has some sugar in it, but it also has some salt. So it's good for, but not overly salty. You know what I mean? Not a
Yeah,
ton of sodium.
get some type of electrolytes or salt back in you. No doubt.
Yeah. So it will definitely, if we need to be hydrated and need some hydration, it's there.
Hey, I'm a lemonade aficionado. I do appreciate a good lemonade. You know, I had one today. Matter of fact, at the flea market. It's my ritual when I go out there. If I don't do nothing else, I get me a lemonade and a boiled peanut.
Now, do you do the Arnold Palmer, like half lemonade, half iced tea? Or are you just straight
People love
lemonade?
that. There's people that's, I mean, it's just, yeah. I
Yeah.
guess it's an everywhere thing, but yeah, you go into restaurants around here. So let me get that Arnold Palmer. You know, I'm like,
Hmm.
man, as long as there's tea and lemonade, people will never not stop saying Arnold Palmer. You know, he was a
Yeah.
smart man. You know, if I was to ever go back in time, I'd probably manipulate it where I thought of that. You know? I don't know how he named. You know what the he'll live on forever as long as there is golf, sweet tea, and lemonade. His name will forever ring bells.
Absolutely.
Who the heck
Here's the
say give
thing.
me a
I
Jackie
drink.
Gleason? You know, who's asking for a Jackie Gleason? You know, nobody.
Yeah. I don't even know if he has anything. Does he have anything named right after
That's
him?
what I'm saying. Nobody's asking for it to even be made. There's no demand. You know, they're not even demanding it.
I'm trying to think.
Uh,
Because it sounds familiar. Like there is some alcohol drink
it
called
probably
Jackie
is.
Gleason.
I probably just pissed some people off. They're like, "What do you mean? I'm drinking a Jackie Gleason? Listen to you, jackass. What do you mean?" Yeah, we didn't even know it. We just pissed off South Dakota or somebody.
I don't know. I drink unsweetened iced tea. I only like
Oh, that'll
unsweetened.
piss people off for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't advise saying that publicly. No.
I get a look in the restaurants
Yeah, who do you think
in the
you are?
South.
Do you know
I
who
like.
you are right now, ma'am? Yeah. Don't let the
I
name
can't,
North Carolina confuse you. You're still one of us.
yeah, I can't do the sweet tea. I can't. It's too
It is
sweet.
healthier. It is healthier. Yeah, some of them, yeah, they
It's
overdo it. You
ooh. It's like, oh, I can't do that. It's like, so, candy, and I want something refreshing, so I do an unsweet tea with lemon.
Oh yeah,
And
it's just it's too much. And then it's hardly any tea. It's hardly any tea. You can see right through it. You know what I mean? It's like it's just sugar water. Yeah, I just put some. Yeah, every now and then. Every now and then you can find one of those good Chinese mama songs. They can make a
yeah,
good sweet tea. You know what I mean? I don't know how
yeah.
they did it. It's just an old secret Chinese recipe. You know, they
I've
put
been
way too
told
much
several
ice.
different ways how it's made. Like I've told people told me they use some honey. Some people told me they use brown sugar, and regular sugar together
Figure it out.
combined, kind
Yeah,
of
I'm
deal.
gonna crack the recipe. I'm close.
What?
I'm gonna crack the recipe. I'm close. Yeah. So good. Even when you tell them no ice, they give you extra ice. You know what I mean? Like, get the 3 sips, 3 good sips. That's all you get. You got a pound of ice and 3 ounces of tea.
I like ice, so I eat a lot of ice. But it's I like that they do free refills down here, and you can get little to-go cups. I look forward to that. So if you don't drink it all, you can get it to go in a cup,
No doubt.
and they'll
I live
refreshen
on
it for
Georgia,
you.
and I'm in the big and tall variety. Of course, I appreciate a free refill. You know what I mean? But I consider it if it's in the lobby, it's a free refill. You know, if it's not, you just got to stop.
Yep,
I'm going back.
I like the free refills because I
That's
drink.
the determination factor. I might just, I'm sitting in here just because I got the option. I might only get 2. You know, soak up some of this AC.
And I had a couple of them like kind of do the switcheroo with my unsweet tea with sweet tea, and I'm like, whoa. But I don't say anything.
I mean,
Just water it down, water it down a little bit.
I don't drink it as much as I used to. I've even gotten more into like hot teas or different tea blends, things like that. Try different things like that, and I enjoy it. Time to time, get you a little boost. So I like to get. I still got some. I still got some myself that I made the season before last when I had some garlic, or just get garlic and just get you some good local honey and just cover that, and just that whole little brew right there just creates like a master compotion and just a good, I don't know, immune booster. You let that set up, and you can look up different recipes to do it, different blends or whatever. But yeah, get you a little spoonful of that every morning. Get you a nice little kickstart, you know?
Yeah, I do honey tea. I do hot tea with honey, a tablespoon of vinegar, and cinnamon.
And
And
that's spicy. There you go.
that's my immune booster right there.
Like some ramen noodle water, extra spicy.
Extra spicy.
Yeah. Yeah, my grandma used to have a mix like that. I don't know what it was, but man, it would knock it out of you. It knocked some stuff out of you didn't even know was lingering. You know, you had some stuff on the back burner that was just waiting to just pop up. Yeah, it was just I don't know. I don't know what else you put in. Lemon, cinnamon, spicy stuff. Yeah,
Mm.
man, that stuff really was awful. Yeah, it was awful, but it worked. You know, figure with all the different ingredients, it would have some type of flavor palette that maybe. Nah, no, it was just. Now that
I
I
had
think
some
about it, it was
stuff
just
that
like
made me sweat, man.
like
It
really
was so
spicy
spicy.
ginger infused lemon faux soup. You know, it's like a faux broth. You know, I don't know what she had concocted in there. It worked though. Either that, it was the horrible brown medicine, the syrup that came in that horrible bottle. Man, it just tasted like if you just ate the bottle top. It would probably taste better than whatever was the liquefied version in there. That stuff was horrible, man.
The
I
cough
think,
syrup.
yeah, but it's bad. That stuff was horrible. I couldn't handle any of it. No, man. I'd fake being well. I just, I'd be feeling awful. I just fake feeling better just to avoid it, you know. Just go stand in front of the AC for like 10 minutes, cool off. They think my temperature's down, you know. Just have to sweat it out all night, you know. Make it through the night. She was all right. Still had to go to school the next day regardless.
Yeah, I did too. I had to go to school no matter what. I gotten my tonsils out and had to go to school like 2 days later.
Damn, damn. We're playing no games. And you put you on the injury reserve list. Just right back at it. Heck, we lived out in the country, so we stayed on the opposite end of the county from where the school was. So, yeah, wasn't no missing or no skipping. Not until I guess you got the age of a car, you know. Shoot, had to make sure you was on that cheese wagon. If you missed the bus, oh man, my mom should take you to school, but you had to hear about it the whole ride. It was horrible. Like, no, I ain't missing that bus. I'm not fixing here to talk again.
Did you ever try to miss the bus so you thought you didn't have to go to school?
Oh, I tried. Yeah, I tried to manipulate the system. Some days there was a few times it worked in my favor, and I ain't gonna lie. There was a few times my mom was just like, hell with it. You know, you're old enough. Don't do nothing. I'm like, what am I going to do? You know, no cable, no internet. What am I going? I didn't even know I could look up things. I didn't even know I didn't have anything that I could look up. Nothing. You know, it was a totally different mind frame in the '90s. You know, what are you going to do? You want to tell me to stay inside? That was like punishment. I'd rather just be outside doing something. Like, all right, don't go inside. What am I going? Who am I going to go outside? Everybody else went to school. Obviously, I stay at home. There's nobody else around. You know, everything you could think of is just not helping. Right? It's just reverse punishment.
Reverse punishment.
Yeah. I don't know. But no, I tried that a couple times, but no. She was like, nope. She always would work and had stuff going on, you know, so she made it work. She's tough. She was tough. She raised me and my three sisters, you know. Tough woman. Andy, Independent Minnie, good to see you. Always a pleasure. Good to see you. Checking
Hi,
in, tuning in.
Andy.
And anybody else I might have missed. We got all type of legends tuning in. Yeah. Yeah, my mom raised me as an only child, but my sisters, they did not appreciate that at all. They wasn't playing that game. No.
They weren't playing that.
No, they weren't happy, you know. it's different. I guess it's different. If you stayed in the city, the city kids was different. The ones that we picked up, once we get on the school bus, they picked all us country kids up first. And I stayed so far out there. I was like one of the first couple that got on there. It was like the last of the Mohicans. It was like it wasn't like 3 or 4 people that was on there before me, and it depends. Some of them would move away, but pick up all the country kids, and of course get all the city kids. And yeah, they could do something like that. Hey, they wasn't like right around the block or down the road from the school. Shoot, try to skip school and walk home. Shoot, by the time I get home, shoot, I'd already been late for school a day and a half ago. How many miles that was? That's probably, I don't know, about 25 minutes. 25 minutes to 30 minutes driving, probably.
Oh wow.
Probably more than that. They used to pick us up. We was on the school bus at like 7 o'clock. 7 or quarter after 7, you better be there or the bus is already gone. Shit, now I'm going to work now or leaving to go to a job, and of course school's out, but when school's in, I see kids out standing by the bus stop at like 8:30, 9:30, 10 o'clock. I'm thinking, what's going on? I don't know. At that point, 10 o'clock, half the day is already gone. By the time if you do get there, it's going to be lunchtime.
Yeah. I grew up in the city. So I grew up in Philadelphia. So we walked to school. There was no buses. We had to walk. And we had crossing guards. And if they didn't see you in the morning and see you in the afternoon, then usually there was a phone call home. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
They didn't leave it to the school to do it. The crossing guards actually did it.
Oh damn! You had to fight against the crossing guards and everything.
Yeah. So if the crossing guards didn't see you in the morning, then you got your parent got a little phone call. A little phone call. What?
It's in their name, crossing. They got to watch those crossing guards. They will double cross it.
Yeah, and if they don't see you in the afternoon, the same thing. like.
Yeah.
And most of the crossing guards, they were like stay-at-home moms and stuff like that. Were stay-at-home wives. So they kind of knew who was in the neighborhood, and like parents kind of talked to each other and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, no.
So there wasn't always had eyes on you somewhere.
Now I don't know how much. I don't know how much they pay somebody to be a bus driver here locally, but the last couple of times I tuned into the local news or even riding around, they got like signs out. Or like going by, I don't know. I seen some signs today about bus drivers. Bus drivers wanted. They said they're in a super high demand for bus drivers. I don't know how many bus drivers they say they're short. I don't know the official. I'm pretty sure to say that they're in that big of a need, there has to be an official number. I don't know what those official number is, but I don't know how much they would pay somebody to be a school bus driver. I know it depends, state to state, different standard of living, even though everything is up. But I don't know. They couldn't pay me enough.
You need a Class B license to be a bus driver.
Oh, you got to have a what now?
Class B.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for like box trucks or school buses, you at least have to have a Class B. But if you have a Class A, which is tractor trailer drivers, need that.
What about an RV? What status is an RV? Is that still A?
I think that might be an A. I'm not sure.
All right, I don't want to upgrade myself. I thought it might have been a B.
It might be. I think it depends on the size, and if it's like a fifth wheel or if it's an actual.
Yeah.
So you probably would need either a B or an A, either or.
That can't be much to get though. I wouldn't think it would be much to get one of those. or get
I think
classified for that.
a class B is easier to get than a class A. Class A, you have to take classes for.
You know,
You actually have to.
maybe a little bit more safety and awareness because you're in a bigger vehicle. Maybe the basic common sense things, but I don't see it being much different. You know, awareness on taking right turns. Uh, I don't know, but yeah, just that would be the easy part. You know, dealing with the kids, man. I don't know. I don't know
Yeah,
what
I don't know if I
I don't
could
know how many
do.
kids. I don't know what's the limit on like how many kids can be on a bus or it's too much. I couldn't handle it.
I've seen a lot of people have a lot of videos of people having trouble on school buses and stuff.
Yeah,
I
I don't
wouldn't
know.
do it. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I didn't
That's
really
me
want to
person.
go hell. When I got on the bus, I always sat all the way at the back of the bus, just kind of in my own zone. But yeah, even think about it then. Shoot, no, I couldn't even handle it then. You know?
Yeah.
No.
See, I think you'd be good.
Oh no, I couldn't handle being no bus driver. No,
No?
it's different. It's different. You know?
See, I think you would be good at it because it's like, friendly and you're friendly.
Maybe if it was like a special needs adult bus, you know, where like I could occasionally like yell at them from time to time, but not. I love them. I love other people that have kids. You know, I love my nieces and nephews. I give them all the toys, all the things, things, the wham bam, sugar them up, send them back home. But no, no, they couldn't pay me enough. Unless somebody else that's more qualified, got more licenses than I have. You know.
I think you need to be very patient. And
No doubt. I have
I
like a
guess I
bus
was
that's got
raised
like a radio
old
in
school.
it,
What'd you say?
or have like one of those buses. Like the last couple of years we was in school, we started getting the buses that had like the speakers in them. Oh man, that was kind of like a neutralizing thing. You put like a station on, you know, it kind of mellows most people out for the most part. Then I don't know
What
about now. We didn't
what
have
would you
cell phones.
play? What would you play?
Oh, dude, I don't even know.
Easy listening or
I don't even know what you could play for. I don't know what would be appropriate. I can't assume what would be appropriate for kids because there's probably kids that listen to way more stuff than I would think about listening to. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, some probably easy listening. Maybe some smooth jazz. Maybe that would calm them down. You know, who knows? Whatever Miss Frizzle's playlist was from the Magic School Bus, if you remember that.
Yeah, I remember the
Somewhere on
Magic
YouTube,
School
there's
Bus.
probably a lo-fi Miss Frizzle playlist. I'd probably play that one. I need to add that to my Watch World playlist. You know, coming soon, the Magic School Bus playlist, ladies and gentlemen. If you got any suggestions, feel free. Let me know. What powers your Magic School Bus? What keeps it going?
I think I would play some old rock and roll. I think
Yeah.
that's what I play. Something a little upbeat, but something they don't know so they can't wild out to. You know what I'm saying? So kind of like something to keep me calm.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. I would feel like hopefully my calmness and my discipline would just radiate throughout this entire cheese wagon. That's what we called them as a kid, the cheese wagon. It's just like one big block of like Velveeta cheese, you know. Huh.
Yeah, I think I would play something that would calm me down so I can tune them out.
Yeah, I got like the Spectrum today because it was at like one point. I think it was when I was at the flea market. I don't know. It was just weird. I turned it on to this one station. It just kind of plays like the best of different decades. You know what I mean?
hmm
It's like it's called Bob something. I don't know. It's fun. Their commercials are kind of funny if nothing else. But when I got to the flea market, what song was playing? Whoever sings a song about hang on, just go. I like that old school rock and roll. The new
Okay.
club just don't have no soul.
Bob
Or what?
Seger.
Or whoever sings that song was playing.
Bob Seger.
I was like, man, all right, got me kind of pumped up, walking to the flea market pumped up. And then when I left out of the flea market, and it was just coming on when I got in there. That's why I was like, yeah, it's probably the Matrix. But it was the song. I don't know who sings it, but it was the song where they're talking about like all the events, current events, like Tokyo, China, Ho Chi Minh. We didn't start the fire. It was always
Joel.
burning. Whoever sings that song, where they just
Billy
name it.
Joel.
Yeah, there you go. That was on.
Billy
I'm
Joel.
like, man, that was like full spectrum, Like they should come up with some artists to come out with like a remake or like an up to date version of that. Like we didn't start the fire 2026 edition. I figured somebody would have did it like 2020. That would have been an interesting optic. But 2026 been a hell of a year. But we just got to get it out of here. All you musicians, all you musically inclined individuals, I challenge you, make a "We Didn't Start the Fire" 2026 edition. I will support that. I will share that. I will thumbs that up. That.
So are you done with 2026 too, as I am, and some other people that are on my
I'm just
channel?
riding it that way, I was just waiting to see, what was going to happen next. No alien invasions yet. No, I don't know. We haven't made it through the summer, so we're not out of the woods yet. We still got the summer. Just take that for whatever it is. Once the summer gets over, then it's just after Labor Day. That's the official. Whatever it is. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to slow time down. I'm trying to stay out of warp speed. Sometimes I try to get out of a complete thought process, if that even makes sense. Just try to go to a place that's just completely absent of thought or something like that. And it's just, I don't know. It's amazing how fast time can just, it's hard to explain sometimes.
No, I understand.
It's even just speaking about it, just simply speaking about it. Like even just, what they say, like when we pray, I've heard different people say, just like even the word, I forget how the word is, but it says, speak as if you already have it. Speak as if it's already here.
Yeah.
I'm no expert. I'm no religionologist. I'm no wordologist, But I mean, almost like a form, like people say, manifestation, speak as if it's already here. Speak as if it's already happened. Whatever you want to see good happen, So I can see that in a type of way,
Well, let's just hope or pray that 2026 goes better. Because
oh yeah, things outside of us are happening, no doubt. We just got to find some type of. I know sometimes things may seem easier said than done. We just got to pick the ones that just may be easier done than said. Whatever that may be. Definitely find something. Keep you centered. Keep you grounded. Life's going to throw you everything it's got. It's not going to hold back. One thing about it, the life in the world, it's not going to hold back, good or bad. Abundance and disease or whatever it is, plague, pestilence. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have to be ready to accept either end. It could be avalanches from both sides, good and bad.
Sometimes you just got to step back and be thankful or look at the good things too. Get yourself out of the rut. When you focus on all the negative things that are happening, it can sometimes consume you. So you get into the more positive things.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you got to find, it just got to, I know it's probably sounds simple. It's probably like one of those stories as old as time, kind of finding that balance amongst both, You don't want to lean too far into the negative, you lose sight of the positive. Then you don't want to venture into too far into the positive, too far out, too far into the clouds, whatever it may be, lose track of what was, keep that middle, that groundedness about you. But even as an electrician, I understand that you got to have positive and you got to have negative that ultimately track back and keep you grounded out. You got to have both, even in electricity. It may sound stupid, but it's just how it works.
Well, I've had like people tell me that they feel time has really slowed down, and then I've had people say that it's sped up. So I think for some people it has sped. For me, it's definitely slowed down. It's a lot slower now. Days are longer, and it seems like even weeks are longer. Everything's longer.
Is that would you say that's like a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's a good thing because I think time was going too fast previously, and it was so hard to. It felt like it was just flying by. Like it wasn't. It was just moving too fast. I don't want to get old too quick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That kind of deal. I want to enjoy my years. So I felt like everything was just going by way too quickly. Now it's slowed down. However, at the same time, this hasn't been the best year for me and others as well. I know that too. So I'm like, okay, let's get through 2026 and hopefully 2027 is a lot better.
We had to mute for a second. That's that late midnight train that decided to come to Georgia right now. All right, I don't know if it's too loud or not. He's moving pretty fast. He's trying to make up for lost time. He didn't even realize he was an hour behind. Check, check.
Yeah, I can hear you. Now I can hear you.
I think of it like, yeah, it could go either way. And sometimes I think about it like, sometimes like too many things can't be a coincidence. Even if we don't understand the design or the way that things are in motion or in play, maybe some people can feel that things aren't right. Some people can just outright see it with just certain energies and things like that. But I think about it like, like like the old school, like family days, whenever, I don't know, it's before my time. We didn't have these type of things. You know what I mean? We had the Polaroids, but like you see at the family events, they sit around with the little photo slide thing and click it, and boom, it would go to another thing, and boom, go to another thing. I think almost it's kind of like that. They do that psychologically with different programs, with different viewings, different aspects that they interfere with our own frequencies and our own inputs and outputs, that it could cause that. It's almost just like uh, something like that. It creates like a flash, not even necessarily a news flash, or it could be. News flashes are like that constantly. It gives people an emotional high, an emotional low. Some people just don't care about certain things either way, and that's cool. But for certain news events, or certain things outside of our own life, just stuff that they throw at us, it gives you people those emotional high and lows that can give those little flashes or those little synopses that maybe, I don't know, make it seem like things could go by faster. Either way, if that even made sense, I don't know.
No, it did. It made sense. It's kind of like, I don't know, for me, life was going by so quickly that it did seem like, where did the years go? Or where did the months go? Or did the day go? Now it's just slower. And I enjoy it more that it's slower, except for 2026. Except for this year. But usually I do.
The same feeling that I felt like things slowed down again lately after being really quick for a long time.
Yeah.
There you go. Maybe that's good. Maybe just, certain avenues, or maybe just stepping back or sometimes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of taking it in, you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely don't miss nothing. Don't miss nothing in the real world. You can create any memory, thought, or vision you want in our artificial world. Definitely don't miss nothing that can happen in your own reality.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look
It's
at me.
like,
I'm sorry.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
No,
Oh,
go ahead. You go
no, I yield. It's okay.
ahead. It's kind of like, if you think, like, I was told when I was like younger, by one of my aunts that, after 18, time goes by so quickly, as if like your younger years are over, and because life gets busy, it seems like it flies by.
It's those like really like almost like those unimportant uh, goals that they just like. I guess society or like life puts on you. Just certain things. Oh man, I can't wait till I'm 16. I can start driving. Then what? 18. Oh man, 18. I'm graduating. I'm semi grown. And then up 21. Now I can go buy me a brewski. I can get a drink at the club. Now I can get in the club. After that, what do you got after 21? You hope for cheaper insurance rates. Maybe put the baby in the carriage. You know what I mean?
Afford bills.
Yeah, more bills. They blast you through that whole little process with all those little imaginary life quests. I mean, there's good milestones, yeah, but ultimately, I guess in the growth of things, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but yeah, they kind of speed you up through that. They just want to kind of push you on out, get you through your 20s. We'll reevaluate you and wake you up when you're in your 30s. It'll be great. Once you get to your 30s, it'll be great. Let's see, what's Cheryl saying? What? You are so young. Those slide thingies. You lost me, Cheryl. I don't know. What did I miss? Maybe I missed it. What are the slide thingies, Cheryl? Maybe that's code for something. She'll find some stuff. She'll find some stuff that you couldn't even think about finding,
Yeah.
She found this video somewhere over there in Egypt. They had to train these camels. They would jump rope them. It's fascinating. I don't know how she finds this stuff.
Jump roping camels.
Yeah. I don't know. She did a dark web or something. You watch it like twice. You watch it once and your mind's blown, and you watch it again to confirm, and then you try to watch it again, it's gone. I don't know. Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's Cheryl is, yeah. Yeah. Like the dancing, you ever seen like the down in certain parts of like Latin America and South America that have like the dancing horses and certain? You ever seen that?
Yeah.
It's like that, but more bizarre. Really. Hey, I know
I can't
things,
even
Cheryl.
get my dog to walk off a leash. You know what I mean?
And
He goes everywhere.
Most times it looks like the dog is walking a human. They always say that the human's walking the dog. Most times it looks like the dog was just leading the human right along. Come this way, human. Follow me now.
I tried to train him off the leash, and he ran around the backyard for an hour and a half before I could get him inside. And he's back on the leash again. It was really cold out too. It was like 25 degrees out.
I got a bunch of, I don't even know what some of them would fit in. I guess it's just more, I don't know. I got a bunch of different random like slides. Of course, I don't know. I don't know if it was like a universal one or different models, but yeah, I don't know, just different random ones.
Okay.
When we did a renovation of a couple schools here in the county. We were doing the electrical portion of the renovation, but man, they was throwing away a bunch of stuff. They were just setting stuff out there, wanted to grab it. After that, it was going in the dumpster. But some stuff had made it in the dumpster. But I seen like these canvases sticking out. Now look, somebody had just thrown in 3 of those. Remember back in the day in the classrooms, you had those maps that was mounted on the ceiling, and they pull them down, unroll for like different countries, different regions. There was 3 of them sitting right there, and I said, "Oh man, they're probably messed up." So I said, "The heck with it." I just grabbed all 3 of them. I'm like, I forgot how heavy them things were. Them things were a lot heavier than you think. You know what I mean?
No, they had to be heavy because they were like.
Oh, no doubt.
It's like it was like
an
a
old
metal thing that rolled them up.
like a 1975 Cutlass bumper. You know what I mean? The things was built to last. But yeah, I got them things out of there, brought them back. All of them was fine. All of them unraveled, different maps. And then like there was these boxes in there, just random slides. Like I guess I don't know. I'm thinking these kids, where did they have these stored at? You know what I mean? Ain't no kids in this school see no slides like animals, different science slides and things like that. And I said, well, it probably ain't worth nothing. You know, one day in the future I might build time capsule and just drop a handful of them jokers in there. You know what I mean? Matt Stern's playing all up. You know, can't Mandela that one. Can't Mandela that one, Johnny.
There is, like, you know, who would probably like to talk to you is Lost Geo. When he gets done his he's doing right now boot camp, and he does the geographic Mandela effects. So if you have old maps of the world, then he'd definitely probably be interested because he's looking for all that. Like he did.
What would be a geographical Mandela? I don't know if I know of one.
The Rock of Gibraltar.
Okay.
Gibraltar.
Not familiar with it, but I have heard of the term, the Rock of Gibraltar.
Gibraltar used to be an island. It's no longer an island. It changed rapidly. If I have to find
they did away with a whole island?
Yeah, they did a whole island, and he went to Gibraltar. He doesn't just do Mandela effects. He does Mandela effects, but he investigates. He goes to the places. So Gibraltar is the one that he's been, and he's done this for like probably about 10 years, 9-10 years already, where he goes to the places that are Mandela affected geographically and talks to people who are there and interviews them to see if they realize that it was that there is a difference. He has his own website and he has a YouTube channel. So if you look up Lost Geo on YouTube, you'll be able to find him. But he also has a website. Yes, Lost GEO. I've done several streams with him. I'd say probably about 6 months plus ago. But Gibraltar's the big one. He has where the maps that showed it as an island, books that show it as an island, but it's no longer an island, it's a peninsula.
Now, of course, I'll admit I'm ignorant to the whatever fact and history it is, but I do remember somewhere in my memory bank, just the term the Rock of Gibraltar or something, you know, I don't even know where I heard it at.
It's in different movies, like
mythology
movies
or something?
No, it's like it's just a common term for Gibraltar is Rock of Gibraltar. And it was put in a lot of like 90s movies, 80s movies. Just talking about it, like mentioning it. For someone,
you're just opening up an entirely new rabbit hole. Nice.
So, yeah, so Gibraltar is one of them. He has several others. I can't think of them right at the second.
Hey, we might need to check on Plymouth Rock. Does Plymouth Rock still exist? Where's Pilgrim at? Pilgrim will know. He knows about the Plymouth Rock.
Oh, and I think Cuba changed too.
We lost Cuba?
No, it's still there.
Oh, okay.
It's just something about it changed.
Don't scare me. I love a good reason. and a Cuban cigar. Appreciate you sharing, Lisa.
I think it's either a different shape or it's closer to the United States than it used to be. Something to that nature. I'm not real familiar with the geographic ones.
Oh no, though it might be on to something because it seemed like I don't know. There was some type of It might have been in the last month. The different talks of Cuba. I guess they're never not in the news, but I guess more in the news for this cycle. But the map they were showing, yeah, it showed like Cuba, like right up there in the Keys. I'm like, hold on, this map looks a little different. You know, it's like they just
Yeah.
moved in like 100, I don't know, however many miles they are from Miami or whatever, 90 miles, whatever. Yeah, the map they were showing looked super close. I didn't really think about it much about it then, but who knows? You know, just the visual optics of something. It don't take long to show those in enough cycles. I mean, you know, some people are looking up maps, looking up different things, but overall, if you're not looking into it and they change it up, you know, over time, you wouldn't even notice. It would just be the new thing.
Yeah, it's like it changed, and there's multiple. What was another one? Like, what was the longest river in the United States versus what's the longest river now in the United States? And that's a Mandela effect too. They have so many geographic ones. Like I said, it's not my facet of it. I
Yeah,
cover people changes and things disappearing and reappearing. Um, but like every, I know people that cover different facets of it, and we all talk. You know what I mean? Because we're all in it. We're all in it, whether you want to acknowledge it or not. It's there. It's happening. But it's just like different people cover different things. It's where their interests lie. And Lost Geo, his interest lies in the geographic.
it is. It is. It is like that. It's like oh, I asked, was Plymouth Rock, does Plymouth Rock still exist, or did they Mandela Plymouth Rock kill them? That's what the question I asked. Do we still have Plymouth Rock or not? But oh, what was I thinking about? It's just how we notice things. It's what we want to notice. It's like that. I know it kind of sounds simple, but I watched this little short video the other day. I don't even remember who the people were in the video, but the message was kind of simple, pretty simple. The guy asked the other guy. He said, look around the room, and I want you to memorize everything that you see in this room that's brown. Everything that's the color brown, I want you to memorize it. Just look around the room for 30 seconds. Take your time, 30 seconds. Just look around the room and see everything that's brown. So, of course, you know, the other guy, he's looking around. You could just tell he's just trying to remember everything. He's just going to ace this test, you know. And then the other guy said, all right, 30 seconds up. Did you get everything you needed to know and see? And the other guy said, yep. He said, all right, now I want you to tell me everything that was green. I want you to tell me everything that's in this room that was green. And the guy was looking, you could tell the confused look on his face. He's like, man, you know, he asked me to memorize all this brown stuff. Now he's asking for green. And it was just like just a demonstration on whatever you may be focusing on. You know, you're going to focus on that thing, whatever it is. Sometimes
Yeah.
if you want to see it, you will see it, you know, whatever capacity.
Yeah, completely. Like right now, I'm covering the chart. The one that's got me right now is the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, the original with Gene Wilder, and the end of the movie, which was an iconic scene. Right, it's when Charlie's won the chocolate factory, and he's asking if his grandpa can live there, and Willy Wonka is saying, "Yeah, you can," and it's all happy. And he had to give it to a child because the child would be able to run it and hold his secrets and not tell anybody. But at the end, he says, "Do you know what happens to a man who gets everything he ever wanted?" Well, it wasn't like that before. It used to be, "Do you know what happens to a boy who got everything he ever wanted?"
Mm-hmm.
And I am missing a word in there and it begins with S, and I know that. That is still in there. But
But what happened to the rest of the family, though?
the fact that he changed it from boy, the Mandela effect changed it from boy to a man. And I'm like, why is he calling this child a man? Like, when everything before it said boy, the context is off.
Yeah, no doubt. It's funny you said that because it was at a couple of times earlier. I was thinking about just like the whole Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. You know, I ain't never really broke it down, but I'm pretty sure there is a way. But I always think about it like, man, you know what? Besides like all the creepy, dark stuff about it, it was kind of telling us what was going to happen. You had the
Yeah.
little kid Mikey that just wanted to be in TV, and eventually they just could teleport him into the TV. Now he's a part of the program virtually, or
Yeah.
whatever it may be. The little kid or the food, the stuff that just has all these flavors and tastes like the thing, but it isn't the thing. Or I don't know, so many different references, or even like the news flash, like the part where they hop on the boat ride, and yeah, it's all nice and pleasant. Then it starts heating up, and all this scary stuff starts flashing around them. The tarantulas, the death, the maggots. You know, uh, so many different. Yeah, it's so many different ways. I guess you could break it down from a lot of different uh, points for sure.
Yeah, there's different facets of what's happening now in movies that have
Or to,
been
even,
previously made.
or to even look it up and see when that book was originally written. I don't know when that story originally came out. I imagine it was probably a book before it became a movie. I don't know. That even makes it more interesting sometimes when you look back at whatever time period it was and that book was written. Like, you know, I don't know. I find it interesting.
I do too. But
But
covering like I've been in the Mandela effect, I guess group or community, whichever you want to call it, um, for over a decade now, close over a decade actually now. So I've seen a lot when it comes to it, and I think a lot of people just break off, like you said, to notice what they notice and take interest in certain things,
yeah,
and but we all kind of know, but we can't find the root cause. There's so many different theories on what's making it happen. Then it's kind of like, but some of the ones that like kind of weirded me out, or I was like, that's kind of odd, is removing the mom in Teen Wolf. Like the Michael J. Fox Teen Wolf no longer has the mother. Um, that's one of them. Kit Kat had a dash, and I remember the dash. Um, so it all depends on what holds your memory. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like you have that core memory of something,
If you didn't see it
and
or acknowledge it, you can't notice it. It's gone.
yeah,
Whatever it may be. But ultimately, yeah. I mean, I guess if it is happening to any level, like they say it is happening or could be happening, I mean, ultimately, it would affect you like some things, even if you didn't acknowledge it. To
yeah,
say they could make stuff like that disappear or change, or to do a geographical Mandela where just location just no longer exists for whatever reason, or I mean, it would just make me. It would ultimately, for me, it would just lead to more questions because I would think, okay, if it can do with events and it can do with likenesses and images and locations, and obviously there's some type of time interference. You know what I mean? Whatever that may be.
yeah. That is definitely one theory. Like that we're on a different timeline than we used to be.
However that
Um,
lines up, I don't know.
some say there was a cataclysmic event that pushed us into a different timeline. Some people think we live in a simulator. There's so many different theories as to what's causing it to happen that a lot of us that have been in it for a long time are like, okay, we're not. We kind of exhausted ourselves with theories. And like, we don't know, and we can't prove it, but
Have
we
you
can
ever?
prove that it used to be something that it's not
Yeah,
now.
you have that kind of idea, or that I guess if nothing else, curiosity. I guess the unknown answers to lead you to push you to that, but nothing else, I guess, in a way. Like, or what if you ever seen the movie? Have you ever seen the movie called Passengers?
A long time ago.
It's I forget the guy and the chick in it, but anyway, basically, just to kind of sum up a thought, or what if there was this big giant ship that was in space, and allegedly they were headed to this planet that was naked inhabited. It was Earth similar, and they were headed there. And for whatever reason, the male character, his pod opens up, and it wasn't supposed to open up for like another 100 years. So anyway, I didn't want to give away the rest of the movie, but it's a decent movie, you know. Kind of shows different aspects, but yeah. What if this was all just like a? What if we were all of us here were just in a vessel or in a pod, and we were just all cryogenically frozen right now, and this was just all like a memory synapses or algorithm to play through our minds as we get ready to land on this next planet, you know?
That is a theory as well.
Somebody's probably
we
already
were-
thought of that one, you know?
Yeah, that's actually a theory that was floating around a couple of years ago. That vessels have taken us to a different version of Earth, and we're on the spaceship, and they're trying to kind of get our memories to set things in motion for the new Earth. Like I said, there's been so many different theories on what's causing it, what's making it happen. The Matrix is a big one, but I kind of gotten past trying to figure out what's making it happen, and I just want to know how to deal with it. You know what I mean?
Oh, no
Because
doubt.
some things hit people a little harder than others.
Now, that's a man you would expect to be grounded, you know? You come in, your name's Barefoots.
Mm-hmm.
That's a man you would expect to be grounded. Good to see you, Barefoot. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. What we got here? Uh-oh. You got confirmation. There is a mothership. What about a fathership?
Okay.
If there's a mothership, would there be a fathership? Aliens probably don't worry about stuff like gender and stuff, you know? They don't probably would feel obligated to create a fathership. It would just be motherships only.
Hmm.
You know? They're probably
I'd
pretty
assume
gender.
there would be fatherships because they're sister ships.
No, you don't
right?
want to call in the fatherships. I guess if all the motherships fail, you know, then the father comes in. You know? Oh, man. Just wait till your dad finds out, you know. I don't know. Or like one time I was watching this one video and they were talking about like aliens or whatever, and they were showing this video and it showed like all the clouds, and like all the clouds looked like they were just sitting on a surface. They all looked like, you know, they were just, if there was like a glass shield, or they were just like sitting on top of something. Like all the clouds just had that look across the bottom of them. And then I don't know how long time passed or something happened. And then it was like a couple times after that I started noticing the clouds. They were looking like that. And I don't know the particular theory or reference, but I think that person was saying that clouds that look like that was just alien ships in the skies. And then when you see the little bottomed out effect, that's how you know that they're the spaceship. And I mean, you know, it was kind of like a theory, but there wasn't much, you know, kind of beyond that to make me think, all right, maybe this was some aliens, you know. Maybe I just need to rethink my idea. But it was weird. I saw them clouds and I said, well, maybe this has happened before. Maybe I just didn't notice it, you know. Who knows?
No, I think you start noticing stuff and see if it happens again. You know what I mean? Or see if it changes.
That's
And
the
then take
thing. It's
note.
the little details and things. You know what I mean? Not
Yeah.
so much the big picture, but yeah. Especially like in a deja vu moment. You know, it's whatever that little small thing. If it's something you were meant to notice or meant to see, or nothing else, just use it as like a focal point to track.
I think that's one thing with the Mandela effect. It's the little details. It's the little details that most people, they either know because they've seen it so many times, or they know because something clicked in their head that was like, that's different. There's something different. There's something unusual about that. And I think that was one of the first ones, the sun, which used to be yellow hue, is now all white.
I think they swapped out the sun. During the COVID. You know, people was inside. Nobody was really looking at the sun. You know, they just pulled a switcheroo on us. You know,
They roped it and switched it out. They're
they
like,
just changed it.
next.
They changed it out like a light bulb. You know. But then there
So the
was that talk
sun, the
about the
moon.
artificial suns. You know, these different countries or these different entities was brewing and concocting these artificial suns. Like, I don't know. I forget now. I remember when that was a thing like a couple of years ago. I don't know. Don't know whatever happened with that.
I don't know. That seemed to just disappear.
I don't know. I guess CERN went down for their cleansing process. I guess it kind of put everything else on the back burner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to do a mass deep dive cleanse at CERN. You know, that's all hands on deck. Very concerning.
And it's also the moon phases too, like the Cheshire Cat moon, which I've never seen before.
Did the cat used to always fade into a moon?
Yeah. Remember in Alice in Wonderland, the Cheshire Cat, he faded to. You could still see his smile, but the rest of him was gone.
Yeah. Like a smile, yeah.
Well, the moon now phases like that. So the moon used to phase from side to side, not up and down, and now phases up and down and side to side.
It's harder now. Unfortunately, where I currently live, like during the summer months, the way the position of the moon is, it gets harder for me to get pictures of the moon. But like in the fall and the winter, I guess when it changes to a different position, I know it may sound funny, but that's just how it's working. I don't know. I can't control it. I'm in the True Man show, ladies and gentlemen. But I can't get a lot of good shots of the moon. You know, it's always before I get home or I don't have my phone. But yeah, I got a lot of shots from the moon, and it was interesting to see how, I don't know, just to track it over time, certain things, position, even in the small scale, it's hard to notice anything even like that over 1 day, 2 days, uh, the great thinkers, the great minds, they used to have track of the stars, the moon, there was never a day or a night they didn't track these type of things because it was all it was all relative,
Yeah.
Nothing else is basic survival. Knowing when a certain season was coming, knowing when it was growing season, knowing when to do this, you could track it over time. Just the simple uh, monitoring of events, even if that's even time, I don't know. Just even in this basic concept. And hey, look at us now. We got all these smart devices. We got things that say they're smart, and we got to ask it what to do. We got to ask it where to go. Where they put out movies that tell you, don't look up. Don't be like Chicken Little. Don't look up. Whatever you do, don't look up. Even if you think about it, we just put out enough lights and enough light pollution. You can't even see what's up. You're arguing about what's up. You're arguing about the gas prices being up. I don't know. I'm ranting. Sorry.
You're good.
It took away our interest in view and wanting to see the galaxies and wanting to have, I don't know, something, and they just put it in the palm of your hand. Why look into the real galaxy or whatever was up there when you got a galaxy in your hand?
Yeah.
That's the original Galaxy. Shoot, no, we can give you the Samsung Galaxy S Pro Max 28. This is the 28th version of the Galaxy. You don't need to look it up, but that old Galaxy that's been around forever, it's just telling you what to do. We'll tell you what to do.
What's I think is so odd? Back in my day, they had the Britannica, the encyclopedias and stuff. And we used to be told to go look it up if we didn't know the answer, right?
Yeah.
And now all we do
source.
is look stuff up. You know what I mean?
Cite your source.
Now all we do is look stuff up. If you look at like how many searches and stuff are done on Google, on other ones, DuckDuckGo and stuff like that, all we do is look stuff up.
Yeah, here's to you, Mr. Eubanks, that said that we would never be able to survive in the real world without a calculator. Joke's on you. Rumor has it there is a calculator feature on my mobile device. Rumor has it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no doubt. Or I'm like, I don't know. Maybe school was different. I'm thinking if I had a smartphone, if I had a tablet, if I had a whatever, if I had all these different type of devices and I was in school, I would never not know what the answer was. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It seems like I don't know. It had the opposite effect. They got introduced and the test scores started going down. It was just in my mind, it should be the opposite effect. If I had a smartphone coming up in 1997, 99, oh man, dude. I mean, I was already an AB, but still, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they don't have that much access. I don't know. They want to take it out of the classrooms, but is there too much access? I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
I think there's too much access. I think kids need to learn how to think for
Yeah,
themselves instead
yeah.
of problem solve, right? And like use their imaginations and along with their intellect, be creative and
I agree.
figure out how to fix things and do things without using a computer. Because I think that's the hardest thing. Like looking at my nephews, they're dependent on everything electronically. You know what I mean?
We're a whole
Like
generation
everything,
in now. Think about it. I'm sorry, but yeah, we're a whole generation in since 2007 smartphones.
yeah. So, like, all they do, if you ask them something, they don't know how to problem solve it. Like, use that critical thinking method
Yeah.
or,
Well, a lot of times that's already killed, like the creative aspect or whatever it may be, you know,
yeah,
originality or anything. It definitely creates a void, which unfortunately a lot of conveniences do that. They create some type of void. In order to gain something, you have to lose something, willingly or
yeah,
unwillingly. You know what I mean? I mean, I could
yeah,
be wrong, but if just like if you're eating crappy food and you're eating crappy food, of course you still got to eat. You're not just going to stop eating. You're going to replace that crappy food with good food. Or like people that smoke, sometimes it's a oral fixation. Sometimes people pick up snacking. You just don't, I think, completely erase it. There's people that go cold turkey on certain things. That's cool. But sometimes you have to find something to replace the negative, to balance it out. Sometimes.
yeah, I agree with that. If, like, if, if we teach them critical thinking, then common sense will come with it, right? It kind of works together. And I think that they'll be able to solve problems because what happens when they don't have us? I think that's what I worry about. The generations right now, they have us. They have us to critical think and we know how to problem solve and communicate effectively and talk to each other. But the younger generations are having a hard time with that. Talking face to face, talking
Imagine
on the
that.
phone.
Imagine that social media making people less social.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Like I say, a lot of times it's in the name or the opposite of the name, and that's probably going to be your end result.
I have one college girl who I put my a couch that we had on Facebook Marketplace, and she had messaged me on Facebook Marketplace, and we come to an agreement on the price and stuff like that. So I asked her for her phone number, and she got scared. And I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. You want my address to come pick this thing up, but you won't give me your phone? Like, where does that make that make sense to me? Make
Yeah,
that make sense to me,
I'm
right?
telling you where I live versus just your number.
Right.
Yeah,
So I told her, I said, you won't get my address unless you call them. Like, you're not going to get my address if you're not willing to give out your number. And she was like, she she was like, okay, let me think about it. And I said, okay, take your time. That's fine. Right. But I could feel even through the message on Facebook, the anxiety she was having to try to figure out what she was going to do. Because she was a nice couch, it was in good condition. She wanted it. It had a really good price. I took, I let her have it very cheap. So I was like, she wanted it, but in order to pick it up, she would have to be able to talk to me on the phone. So instead of calling me, she asked her dad to call me. And her dad's like, she's interested in the couch. She's afraid to talk on the phone. And I was like, okay, well, I can't, there's nothing I can do to her on the phone, but she wants to come to, the apartment I was at the time. There's something she could do, and there's something like it puts me in more, and he understood because he's older generation. And he was like, I don't get it. He's like, I don't get it. She messages everybody on Facebook and social media, but she won't talk on the phone. Like, even her dad didn't understand it. You know what I mean? He's like, I don't understand it. And so him and I talked, and she came and got the couch and stuff. But it was like she had this major anxiety, and that's not the first younger person that I've seen have that type of anxiety. If you try to talk to them face to face or over the phone, there's like an anxiety there.
Yeah. Oh no, I definitely, I could see it. I mean, no doubt. Uh, some stuff, it may not even be the fault of the person. It's just certain environments, certain conditioning, certain things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All in all, probably a phenomenal person. Probably would never cross you, but just it's crazy the tactics and stuff they do to make people less social, things like that. You know, nothing else to psychological warfare, I guess. I guess if you could even call it that.
I mean, they must have been like, is it? I don't know where that type of fear comes from. Like, where you can go on social media and stuff, but you can't talk to someone face to face. Because we had no choice when we were younger.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do? How are you going to do? You're just going to be like the pre-order groceries. You just pull up in the spot and she's just going to load it up, and you just ride off into the sunset. I don't know. I guess some people, I don't know. Maybe it's just they don't really think the whole process through. They understand what's happening, they see it, but they can't fully picture it. Maybe there's some type of detachment that it even into their own thoughts, it just detaches that actual interaction, and then maybe they think about it and it just hits them, and it's just like overwhelming, like, oh crap, you know, this is not a plan. This isn't one of my planned interactions with society or whatever this is, or they start thinking, and then it just snowballs into different type of stuff. They just start thinking about stuff that just ain't even got no correlation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't went into the anxiety or the panic. I don't know. I can only speak from what I see. I don't really know how that goes into that mind. I don't know. Especially in today's society, it don't mean heck. It doesn't make it any easier. Of course, the more things we view, the more things it's just going to add that extra layer to that onion of things that could people that have those issues. I mean, just especially just looking at the whole picture, just the amount of people that's just on synthetic drugs or whatever it may be, foods, just everything. We're trying to avoid the snowball within the snowball itself.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I can only view it how I view things. I mean, ultimately, that's just all feeding. Even if we don't take the prescription drugs, ultimately it's affecting society. Our brothers, our sisters, our family, whoever it may be that's on it. Even random people in the neighborhood. I've seen the videos where people talk about the drug problems. People just standing around doing the fentanyl fraud. That's just, I mean, if nothing else inside it just eats you up as if you're a decent person, you think about it. You just think about the decay of civilization or humanity, or I don't know, whatever it may be. I don't never completely not see the good, but at the same time, it don't keep me from acknowledging the bad. It keeps me knowing what I got to fight against, what I'm up against, what people's dealing with. Everything can't happen everywhere, even though nowadays, if you watch the news, they'll definitely make you think it is. Everything's happening everywhere all at once at every time. But I don't know. I yield. I yield.
It's a good conversation to have, honestly, I think, you know, because we have to worry about the generation we leave behind. Even, you know what I'm saying? I think
Yeah.
that's important. So it's a good conversation to have. I don't think everything's as negative as social media makes it out to be, and I don't think everything's like all peaches and cream either. Do you know what
Oh
I'm
no,
saying?
no, you got to just whatever it is to have some like level of discernment or truth or understanding to acknowledge both for what they are when they're happening. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You can't expect for sunshine and not to acknowledge the fact that you're going to have some rain at some point. You know, there's got to be some rain. There's got to be some storm. There's got to be some cloudy, bad time to create this beautiful rainbow that people like to view in the sky. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I guess sometimes even it's just I don't know. Sometimes it's too simple. I mean, life just overcomplicates it. You know, sometimes it can't
Yeah,
be
I agree.
simple.
Sometimes there is overcomplication. Sometimes it's not as bad as it seems.
Uh, I don't know what they was on, but I've seen some sketchy individuals. I can't confirm or deny what they was on something. You know, maybe I was on something, and I don't know. Maybe it's just the opposite. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't doing what I was supposed to be doing. You know, but now I've seen some things, and I feel bad for them. You know, for whatever, ultimately, whatever led up to that, or like I think other drugs or meth or stuff like that. Man, shoot, man, that seemed like we got this paper we got this paper that comes out. They call it like the jail report, and it shows like all the people that got locked up from like this county or different counties. But they always have like a section in there like repeat criminals, where it'll show somebody, man, they done got locked up like 20 something times. Man, it's I ain't
Oh
gonna
my
lie, it's
God.
messed up. But it just it just shows them like when they first got locked up, they was pretty young, and then you can just tell they got on drugs or something. Like each picture, it was just dramatically aging. Uh, Young people, and it just makes them look so much older. Women, men, and I'm just like, man, it just shows the disconnect from whatever it is. I know there. I mean, I don't know. I can't justify whatever pain or something or void somebody could be feeling to do like meth or whatever, any type of those type of drugs. Fentanyl, crack. I don't know. I don't know what ultimately could push somebody to that. I've never had that interest. I've never thought about it. I've seen enough videos to make me think, hey, no bueno. You know, guess it don't make no better. Certain foods we eat, it's the slow death. But anyway, I just don't see what could draw somebody to that. You see what it does to people. It makes you age like each hit ages you like 10 years. It's crazy. I guess it's just the overall decay of something. So many people trying to run to something, trying to find something to make something feel better, something to escape from. Ultimately, the drugs, they're just like a life preserver. That's all they are into the whatever it is, drugs, alcohol, whatever it may be. It's just a life preserver to just a bigger disaster, a bigger situation they're trying to escape from.
And it seems like they're chasing the high. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Like,
man. So yeah, you're always having to re-elevate the bar. Yeah. I don't think nobody else. Just like whatever. Yeah, it might start out with just a few, then it might end up to a 6 pack, a 12 pack. Yeah, you know. Yeah. Oh man, anything. Yeah, it's just a. Then I seen some type of article, however how true it is, but they said they had something that was like eating people up. I forget what they called the drug, but it was like 40 times, so many more times stronger than fentanyl. Something that's
it's
just
Trank. It's called Trank.
trike. That's what it was. Yeah, I think
Trank.
that's
Yeah, it's
trank or something. Yeah.
TRANQ. It's originally originated out of Philadelphia,
Okay. See, there
and
we go.
it's moved to other major cities as well,
I'm thinking, how
especially
in the
in the
hell do you make
Northeast.
something 40 times or however many times more potent than something that's already thousands of times more potent than whatever it was?
Well, what it is it's fentanyl mixed with, I believe, ketamine. So it's a animal tranquilizer mixed with fentanyl.
Yeah, I hope it never encounter nothing
And
like that.
what it does is it eats people from the inside out.
It'd be like Pat
So
said, maybe we're involving to the new earth. It's crazy.
it's
So it's
really
of course
bad.
it's man,
It's
of
like,
course it's like man-made, right? Somebody had to
yeah,
put
it's
that.
man-made.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's animal tranquilizer with fentanyl. So
talk about
it's
Breaking Bad.
and a lot of people are on when they take it, they don't have any consciousness of themselves. So like some of them pass out standing up and you see them leaning over where they look like they're going to fall, but they don't. It's like, okay, they're kind of defying gravity on that one. But they are kind of zombified. It's a zombie drug.
It just shows you like a progression. I'm pretty sure you track. I mean, I ain't gonna say weird things, but you track like different things, probably different things I'd probably look up to. But like, think about not to get totally off track or switch it, but like think about look at different documentation and stuff during like the different world wars, the different chemical and different psychological and medical experimentation that went through during different times.
Yeah.
The different tablets and stuff. And I could be wrong, but I want to say that's one of the originating times of the term zombies. I think there was some type of report from the American soldiers, and they said, "Man, these these Germans, they just kept coming. We just kept unloading. They kept coming. Their feet was just completely bloody. They just been walking in the snow barefoot. You know, it took more than it would have normally took to take them down. Of course, whatever reports that might have been, but you look into different things that was using different tablets and stuff. They were like in a race to try to outdo to figure out who could be the super soldier. They had different. One thing that's kind of how like meth or something like that came about. They were putting it in like
Yeah.
little tablet forms and giving it to the soldiers to make them fight longer and stronger through different conditions. But yeah, you think of something like that, and man, it's just anytime something like that happens, it's just a breeding ground for trial and error on whatever
Well, cocaine was
whatever
in
you're trialing.
basically every food consumption.
Yeah,
Like ketchup had cocaine in it, Coca-Cola had cocaine in it. There was so much cocaine and stuff that like
crazy. Yeah, cocaine infused ketchup. Why not? Why not? Why not? If you sold that now, if that was legal, people would buy it. The hell with Heinz, we're getting high. We're getting
I
high
think it
on
was
mine.
actually Heinz that did it too. I think it was
See,
Heinz
that's
that
what
did
see.
it.
You
I think
can't
it
make
was the
this up.
original.
We listening,
I could
Heinz.
be wrong,
Yeah,
but I think it was in
we don't want to
the
put it on it though,
original
but it sounds
ketchup.
like Heinz will do that. Yeah, yeah. Heinz to get you high. Could be, I mean, it's had Coca Cola. Back in the day, it was like allegedly John Pemberton. He was suffered injuries during the Civil War, and he was trying to find ways to get off of heroin, that type of thing. So I mean, ultimately, he just added a little cocaine, allegedly, but
Allegedly.
and made up Coca Cola. It's changed a lot as we know it now. But yeah, I don't know when the original formula, when all that originally phased out. But yeah, just imagine getting you one of those Coca Colas versus now. Oh man, be like limitless. You just create a whole new civilization. You just start doing that type of stuff. Hell, you go full blown.
Out building houses and stuff.
Yeah, build a neighborhood just for the hell of it. Sir, what are you doing on my property? There needed to be development. I did it. Thank you. Just drop the hammer and walk off. I am me, and I did that. Yeah. Yeah, no wonder we had the Industrial Revolution. You had people on cocaine, heroin. I mean, shoot, going to the parlor and getting it in their ice cream sundae. Oh man, imagine getting a ice cream float with that sugar and high. Oh, you ain't gonna know what to do. You ain't gonna know what to do. You're just gonna be doing everything all day. everything all day are just gonna completely shut down. Either way. Oh man, good old days. The
There were
1900s.
medicines made with meth and heroin
Yeah,
and stuff too back in the day.
yeah. Like they say, like the time when they had like what they call them, like snake oils and different. Yeah. You looked at the ingredients and stuff. What was in there? It was insane. I wonder
There was
how
a
Henry Ford
series.
had all these great ideas to make cars. You know what I mean? No one. His mind was just a brilliant mind.
People never slept.
Yeah, everything's just synthetic. You know, take all the good things and just strip them down and make the synthesized version. You know, it's crazy. Well, at least we got to experience the 1900s. You know, when we make it into our uh, golden years or our golden era. You know,
Yeah.
you're like, hey, you know, y'all would never believe the 1900s. Y'all gather around, everybody. I'm going to tell you all about the 1900s.
And the 1800s, because some of that was done in the
Oh
1800s
yeah, we'll
too.
have enough memory of both. Yeah, we'll have enough for the 18. Yeah, we'll double dip there. They'll never believe us. They're like, oh, these old guys again. What are they talking about? You know? We'll be walking around like RoboCop, full suits on, body armors, uh, virtual cams. You know, you mean y'all had no internet? I couldn't connect to nothing. Oh
Nope.
man, that's why it's tough. The 1900s stuff.
Well, it's funny. I left my phone at a restaurant last weekend, and I had to go a couple days without it, and I couldn't do it. I went and bought the Samsung Galaxy. I went and bought the Samsung Galaxy prepaid phone because I was like, we don't have landlines anymore. So if you have to call for an emergency without a cell phone, you don't have a way to call. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Lord forbid you got to pop off a smoke signal. You know?
Like I thought about that
They
after
probably would have came. You know, they probably would have. That would have got them.
I left it at a restaurant on Saturday and then uh, could get it back Monday. And I'm like, what am I going to do if something happens? What am I going to do?
Dum dum dum.
So Sunday I went out and bought a phone. I was like,
I do that sometimes. I do that sometimes intentionally. If I'm not really out and about to go see something particular, if it's just not going to be that long, a lot of times I just leave my phone at home or whatnot. You know, sometimes it's okay. You know, I don't think about it. Then always something happens. I'm like, oh damn, I ain't got my phone. You know what I mean? I'm like, look
yeah.
at this. You know what I mean? A kangaroo hopping down the middle of broad daylight. You know what I mean? Nobody's ever gonna believe this. I ain't got my phone. You know, shit happens.
Does anybody still have landlines? Like, are they still around at all?
I mean,
Like maybe old houses still have them?
older houses. I mean, there's not a lot of unless the homeowner specifies it. Like when we build new houses, no, there's not like phone jacks or anything. You got like a cable jack and you got an internet jack, but not like your old school back in the day when the houses, you know, they had their own little phone jack on the wall. No,
Yeah.
not unless it's
See, I couldn't
specified.
even get that in my house. I tried to get that in my house.
Even as far as that, probably wouldn't do much good, even in certain areas, considering the lack of landlines. A lot of stuff went fiber optic. Things are still switching away from that hard that landline. You know, my grandparents they're no longer here, but uh, my uncle he's at the house now. He looks after the house, but that landline's still active. It's been active since 1965. Same number, same
Because
company.
I tried to get a landline put in here and I couldn't.
Yeah.
They were like,
The reverse effect, like cable back in the day. You might have wanted cable back in the day, but you couldn't get it because there wasn't nothing out there. You know, there wasn't no demand or nobody else had it. It's that effect with phones now. Landlines, I'm sorry, landlines.
because I was like, I live in the country and there's only one provider that works out here. Like AT&T doesn't work out here. Other providers don't work out here. Only Verizon. So I wanted a landline put in, and their suggestion was to hook up to the modem. And I'm like, that doesn't do any good if the electricity's out and there's an emergency. Like, I want to actual. They don't even know. When I talk to the phone people, they don't even realize what a landline is.
Oh, they don't even know.
They don't know.
He was born in '99. They don't even know.
No, they have no
They'll never
idea.
know.
So I'm like, okay. I say let's bring back landlines.
Yeah.
I think they're beneficial. I really do.
I mean, that's kind of like they took them away. There was a reason for that. They took them away. Just like a lot of different things. You know, a lot of dots connect. You know, just like at a time when homes were built with real copper piping. You know, you look at the
Yeah.
different aspects of what was it? Different civilizations did it, but had like copper aqueducts or different things, and they understood the what copper does. I think it allegedly kind of like allegedly detoxifies or does something with the water. You know, slowly they phase that out. Now they just use plastic. You know, yeah, it's nice. It's red. It's blue. It distinguishes which one's hot, cold. It could bend around the corner. It could flex when it freezes. But yeah, you gained all of that. But what did you lose to get it? You know, you just gained up all that was natural and good or whatever about it. Just let's just give this synthetic plastic. You know, let's increase the microplastics into the system. Same thing with landlines. You just deteriorate and erode the system. Mostly it's just little patches, you know. And even then, you might be connected into one, but they might have came down your street and completely stripped out them old lines. And it's just a hard line up till it gets to their little connection box, you know, their little fiber optic box, and you're just teed off into there.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah,
There's
you still got it,
there's
but as
no
long
way
as
to
they're
connect to a
running,
landline around here. There's no landlines around here. So there's no way there's nothing to connect to. Even if they put the jack in the house and stuff like that, there's nowhere to run it to. Like, where are you gonna run it to? It's just it's very odd because when they changed the TV, and I'm sure you remember when they did this, I think they did it in 2004 or somewhere around there, when they changed the TV away from analog and stuff like that, or to analog, whatever they did with the TV. There was a
yeah,
big announcement. Do you remember that? There was
yeah,
a big announcement, and everybody was like watching at midnight for it to change over and stuff like that. But with the landlines, there was no announcement. There was no announcement that you could no longer get a landline put in your house. There was no warning.
you always forget about that. Yeah, that was like in the early 2000s. Yeah, there was a lot going on with that switch. Yeah,
I remember that switch
and we
because I
lived in
remember everybody.
the country, so we always kind of had like one of those little rabbit ears or like window antenna things, you know, to kind of boost the thing. But yeah, when that happened, yeah, it was like, yeah, that was kind of weird.
Like, you had to have cable of some sort. You had to have cable of some sort after that. But that wasn't the case before it. But at least they gave you a heads up. They don't give you a heads up now that, like, landlines are basically going away. Those who have it in older houses, yeah, they may have it now, but eventually they'll take that away too.
I remember phone books. I caught the last of the 1900 phone books. My grandparents was like that. They had the I don't know, however you did it. You know, I still really don't. Without looking it up, I don't know how the heck you would have got us. Who would you contact to get a phone book? You know, I guess they just brought it. Everybody got one, but yeah, and they had phone
Well,
books galore,
we
encyclopedia phone
had
book.
Bell Atlantic, and Bell Atlantic would give you a phone book.
Oh yeah,
Like
you know that was
the
in the
phone company.
1900s when when all the phone companies still had Bell in them. Bell Atlantic, Bell South, Bell Communications.
When it was still
Yeah.
Bell. So yeah, they would give you the white pages and the yellow pages. And if you had to reorder them, which I don't think anyone did, because I don't think a lot of people used them. At least my age group we didn't really use them. They
No,
were good used for possibly like a stepladder.
yeah, I didn't. I mean, I would see them get delivered at my grandparents' house, you know, and heck, I didn't have no cell phone. They had a landline, but who the heck am I gonna call? I'm gonna call my mom, see when she's coming to pick me up, you know. But it didn't take long. 10 years later, the smartphone was coming out, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, cell phones was out, but I mean, you know, what are you gonna do? Call somebody? You gonna T9 text them? You ain't texting a whole paragraph in T9. Who do you think you are?
I don't know. Cell phones weren't really popular for me until like 2003, 2004. That's when I got my first cell phone. Before it was a pager. But then again, we had payphones.
Oh yeah, pages. Yeah, that was before my time. I'm like, man, that was a whole thing. Yeah, you got to have this. You got to have this device to tell you if somebody else is calling you. Then they call you. Yeah, they say, hold on, now we got to get a mobile device out. We got to get rid of the pager. Yeah, the days when the pager was. I don't even know if that's still a thing. There's no way the pagers can still be a thing, is there? Who's getting
I
paid?
don't think so. I don't
Nobody's getting
know.
paid no more.
No one's getting paid
It's like
anymore.
who's getting faxed? Who's getting faxed? Who's getting paid? Nobody.
Actually, fax is still around.
But me. I was about to say nobody but me. You know? Faxing and VCR, you know, you got to have a certain stand in case it goes down.
Fax is still around. I actually faxed something last year. So faxes are still around, but pagers, no.
That was like as a kid in the 90s coming up, getting all those free internet discs in the mail, and knowing that you could have internet, but didn't have no computer, you know? Yeah, like, man, we just had like years worth, you know, a week, 14 days, 30 days, man, we just had all these stacks, you know? Then eventually we got this, I don't even know where the computer came from. It definitely wasn't brand new. But we got it, and it was supposed to be internet ready and capable, but of course it was the old dial-up internet. So we just had we had a landline at the house and plugged it in the computer. And if you was on the, of course, you know, if you was on the computer, you couldn't call nobody. And then I didn't know it, but if you had the landline and somebody was trying to call you, it was messing up your signal. Oh man, it was horrible. I'm like, man, we finally got an internet to put in these free things. Yeah, man, you walk away, go eat dinner, go do chores, come back, take a nap, man, you still, ain't nothing happened, you know? Man, it was, I don't know. I don't know who had good internet in the 90s, but we definitely did. It was horrible.
No, we had
Phone,
dial-up.
landline phone, like half a G, not even a full G yet.
It was a little G.
Yeah, a lowercase G. You know, we were going to be big G's one day.
It was like when I got my pager, I think I was about 17, 18. And that I thought I was like, it was the ish. You know what I mean? It was it. It was like you had a pager, you were living large. And I got a computer at 21. So I had to get
kind of like
private.
a SafeTime. It lets somebody know you wanted to contact them, but you really didn't have to face off or contact them right then. It lets you choose when you wanted to. I like that.
Or you could just send messages to them.
Like a number code or something?
Yeah, number code.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. I didn't think about that.
Like 143 was I love you. You know what I mean? So if you're just thinking of somebody and want to want to page them, I love you, just 143. And it was like cute, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I messed it all up. Nobody would have been paging me if I'd have came to that era.
And
I do remember remember that as a kid, though, coming through the 90s. I see like this, it always would be the guy that you would least likely to think that would be paged, and he'd just be coming through with like 2 or 3 pages. And I'm like, what the heck is this guy got going on, Are you a brain surgeon? Are you an international brain surgeon? You just on demand, you know?
Well, we used to blow our pagers up. Just sit on the phone and page each other. But it was like, teenage thing. It was cute, whatever. And when I got my cell phone, I got the LG Katana, and I liked it because it was a flip phone, but it was almost smart. It was like that semi-smartphone.
Yeah, it
So
was
you
almost
could
smart,
touch.
yeah.
Yeah, it was like sort of smart, but it was a cool phone.
Oh, they took the crappiest pictures to think about them now, but they was the best. When you took a picture on, if you had one of those type of phones with a camera, oh man, yeah. I
Yeah,
remember
they
when I
were
got my first
bad
one, it was
pictures.
like I don't know, right before I graduated, it was like 2006, 2007. I had a little LG flip phone and it had a little camera on it. Oh man, yeah. Now to think about it, it was the crappiest picture. You know what I mean? Probably didn't have but about 15 pixels floating around. It was pretty crappy.
I was very upset when they got rid of the flip phones. I was very upset when flip phones kind of went out of style because I liked the flip phones. It was
Yeah,
the only way. It was like when you hung up on somebody, you could just slam it shut.
yeah. I remember that. I couldn't really appreciate it fully coming up in the '90s, but yeah, they should make a thing for that. I don't know. They should make a digital thing for that you could have on a phone as an option. When you hang up, do you want that sound to be played?
Yeah,
I click
like
it.
just slam.
I just have it on all the time. I'd forget it was on purpose. Just be slamming down on everybody. Mom, every boss, coworker, everybody. Everybody's getting slammed down. Or even like I remember, as a kid, I don't even know. Well, I forget. I was real young as a kid. We had a one of the rotary phones at the house. It wasn't long, just as then we got phased out. But then my great grandma's house in Virginia, we used to go up to like in Labor Day in the fall. Uh, he had one of those up there for years. And of course, I was a kid. Heck, I was under 10 years old. I ain't calling nobody, especially not long distance from Virginia. Heck, everybody, everybody's here. But yeah, the whole fact of having to start all the way back over those type of phones, yeah, you can slam it down. Heck, I couldn't even do that then. If I was slamming phones then, I'm getting in trouble. I didn't think I wasn't old enough to do it or appreciate it.
Well, as long as I had a job, I could have my own phone in my room, as long as I paid the bill. So I had a job young, so I could have my own phone line in.
Yeah, that's what I did. Then it was like right at the end before all the different plans and things shifted, and it's like, what was it? The weekends was free, and after 9 was free. I'm thinking by this time, you know what I mean? The weekends was all right, you kind of get in contact with, whoever, but during the weekday, school week after 9, you ain't doing a whole lot of talking. It's a trap. I knew all the
Hmm.
kids want to be talking during the day.
Well,
And
with the
only somebody would
landlines,
call me after 9 o'clock.
we had toll calls, they were called, and they weren't long distance, but you still had to pay for them. So it wasn't really a long distance call, but it was out of the city, so you had to pay for it. And I ran up several $300 phone bills calling.
Oh no,
Doing
yeah. Yeah, I definitely got the
several.
long distance talk myself as a kid. Go over to my grandma's house and not even thinking it was a different county. I don't know nothing about no long distance or nothing. So uh, I don't even know why or something. I called one of my buddies to see what he was doing. I was a kid, you know, and then
Yeah.
heck, I don't know how long we talked. It probably wasn't even about 30 minutes or something. And then I called my mom and we talked for a few minutes. Just touched. She was telling about what all was going on and this and that. And then And like the next time I went over, whenever the next billing cycle was, went over there. My grandma, she always had like a calm way of like saying something. We just sitting there talking, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you something. Maybe you'll know about it. I'm not really sure." And then she showed me this phone bill, and I'm thinking, I don't even know nothing about a bill to even explain it. What's going on here, And she was like, these calls right here, these long distance calls, it was one here for 30 minutes or so, and then one here for like 10 minutes or so. And I was like, I didn't know nothing what she was saying. I didn't know what long distance was. I told her, I said, I called my buddy, I called my mom. She was like, oh, well, that's the long distance. And she gave me the whole spiel about it. And I said, I don't know. I'm like, how the heck is calling my mom long distance? It didn't take me 20 minutes to get here. Is that really what a long distance is? No wonder they want to keep people in 15-minute cities, Couldn't
Yeah.
even call my mom for long distance. I'm like, man, that's crazy.
I called my cousin who was like 20 minutes away, and we spent a couple hours talking on the phone. And that's when I got my first talk about toll calls versus long distance. Long distance was from state to state, and toll calls was within the state, but out of the area. And I was confused about it. I was like, what are you talking about?
I'm still confused, After my grandma gave me the talk, it phased out, After that, it was just roaming. Everybody was roaming. Yeah. Well, I don't know what it was. I know sometimes I go to my grandma's house and like pick up the phone, and there wasn't nobody in the house. Like if you have multiple phones, you can pick up on somebody's conversation, but it wasn't like that. It would just be other people or something. And I'd pick up the phone, and they're just having a whole conversation, and I'm hearing it. I know there's nobody in the house. Say, hey, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing on here? Get off the phone. And they're telling me, no, you get off the phone. We was already in here. I'm thinking, how the hell are y'all already in here on my grandma's phone? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if the lines was getting interfered, or people would say like the party lines.
Lines crossed. It used to happen with baby monitors too. Like when they came out with the cordless phones, the baby monitors used to pick up the calls on the cordless phones. So I would be babysitting and I'd hear people talking over the baby monitor.
Yeah.
And be like late at night. Baby's asleep. And I'm like going in his room, like, who the hell's in here?
You hear a full-blown conversation coming from the crib,
I'm like, who's in here?
Yeah, those different frequencies and stuff interfered. I remember it was one year I got one of those remote control cars that was wireless, but it was like you pulled the trigger forward or backwards, and it would make it go forwards, and it had like a little knob on it. You turned for like direction, and I was playing with it and everything, and then eventually I figured out that whenever I did something with this remote control one, it was messing up the phone signal. Because I've noticed, like, every time I would do something with it, my mom was like, I don't know, something's going on with this phone. I don't know. And then I would stop or whatever, and then she'll say, let me call you back, or call me back. There's something going on with this phone. So eventually I figured out whenever I would do that remote control thing, that became the new game. The hell with operating the car. The new game was messing with people on the phone. Oh, it messed with my mom. Then I took it over to my grandma, started messing with them. My grandma's, and she's in there. She didn't ever really get mad, but she's starting to get mad. I'm like, oh, it was too funny. I don't think they never figured it out. I was messing with everybody. Everybody that came around was trying to get on the phone. Oh, they was freaking out.
I just remember
had to have been there.
sitting this one kid, and the people were talking to each other and it came through on a baby monitor. It freaked me out, man. I was 14 years old. It freaked me out. I was like, what is this? And it was just very creepy. It was very creepy. But it was only the next door neighbor or something. And I was like, okay.
And we could hear other people then, and some people think that they can't be tuned in and listened to now. You know, the system's more integrated and more upgraded and widespread than then. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
Like I've seen stories like that with people's Ring cameras or different cameras get hacked or something like that, and they start hearing somebody else on the camera talking, and whoever's got clearance, you know.
I'll tell you what's kind of funny is like listening to the older people now that understand a little bit about, they don't know a lot about technology, cell phones, etc., but they know a little bit about it, like play games on it or go on social media. And these people came up with, when they were younger, had black and white TVs. You know what I mean? Like the
Oh man,
advancement in
yeah,
technology
that's
is
when you know we're getting
huge to
older.
them.
You know, even if you don't make it to like the parenthood stage, that's why we're like, oh, yeah, I may be becoming parents. I'm definitely getting older. You know what I mean? No doubt. Even in the simplest thing, like today, this may be a good example. This may be a horrible example. Either way, this is my example. Today, I got my boiled peanuts. I secured my lemonade. I went and got me a nice, shady, breezy bench seat. You know, sitting there, people watching, and I watched this older couple walking up, and I was thinking, they're either on, that's their final strut to get the hell out of here, or they're going to sit down for a break. I was thinking, man, they look like they've probably been together their whole life, you know. And they came and sat down beside me, and I say, hey, how y'all doing? And then just kind of sat there, just people watched and kind of listened what they was talking about. And I seen that the man, he busted out this cell phone case, you know, still in the plastic and everything. He opened it, and it was camouflaged. So I'm thinking, all right, heck yeah, Grandpa done got him a new cell phone case, you know, camouflage, Velcro, belt clip, standard procedure. So he starts talking about it, and all like, oh yeah, this is a good one, honey. Hey, look at here. And he's showing her the belt loop. He said, see, you can tuck this in, or you can run your belt straight through it. So I'm thinking the whole time I'm thinking he's probably describing it for himself. You know, he's proud of his new thing. And then he says, after all that, you know, he's describing it, good quality. He hands it to her and said, here you go. But it was for her. So then she starts looking at it. She's like, oh, this is a really good one. And they start talking about it and everything. And then she said, well, where's your phone at? You need to go ahead and put your phone in it so you don't lose it. And she starts looking around, and that was probably like a 5-minute deal, trying to find where the phone was in the purse amongst all the other 5 pounds of stuff she probably had collected, you know. Oh man, I was dying
Great.
laughing on the inside, you know.
That's great. That's awesome. I like that
Oh
stuff.
man, it's hilarious. The things you see, you know. I don't know. Everybody can see things or whatever, but I don't know. Whenever I go out and about, flea market, even if I don't buy nothing, you know, I got a certain routine, and I just sit down and people watch, see everybody coming and going. I enjoy
See,
it.
like
Sometimes it's funny. Sometimes, I mean, it is some funny moments. No lie.
my mom liked to play the games on cell phones. Um, she was born in the early 1940s, so technology definitely went far in her lifetime. And she loved to play any match 3 games or any word games and stuff like that.
Who was
My
that?
dad, my
Your
mother,
mom? Oh yeah.
yeah, when she was alive, yeah, she loved the cell phone. She loved it, loved it, loved it. She loved having her little Elvis case on it, and it had to be like colorful and match her pocketbook. my,
Yeah. Yeah, they're fully
my
integrated. You know, they're fully embracing it. They love it.
My dad, on the other hand, he's not big into technology. He doesn't like it. Um, so trying to teach him to do something on the cell phone is a little difficult. But he does like WhatsApp. He likes calling people. He likes video calling people. He
Yeah, he
thinks that's the
simplified it. He
coolest
just using
thing.
the smartphone for just the phone aspect.
Yeah, but he loves video calls. He loves it. If you call him without the video calls, then he's like, "Where's the video?"
Oh yeah, some people only do video. They gotta see it. They want you to see it. You know.
Yeah, he wants the video calls, but he forgets and he still puts it up to his ear sometimes.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Something
yeah. Yeah.
something like that, I can see your ear.
I'll
You know,
start putting it up and talking into it way up at the mouth. We're on speakerphone, we're on video phone. We've got clearance for audio. Yeah,
it's great. It's really great to watch them.
yeah,
I know.
yeah, no doubt. My grandma was like that. She was always smart. She knew about a lot of different things, but yeah, she was like that until her arthritis in her hands got real bad. But she would sometimes we'd be just sitting over there watching TV or watching something or talking about something, and she'd say, "You want to play cards? You want to play rummy?" And I'll say, "Shoot, yeah," or I'll say, "Yeah." I never said no. And she'd say, "Go get a deck of cards." And they had this in the dining room. I don't know what you call this. Uh, I don't know, buffet, this big wooden thing. It had a mirror on the back, a bunch of different drawers. It had stuff on it, but in one drawer, it was a couple drawers, but this one drawer, it was just nothing but decks of cards. Uh, my granddad, he retired from the army, but he had two antique stores here locally at one point, and then ended up he sold the property. Golden Corral, the last antique store he had was at the Golden Corral. Bought it years ago when they brought Golden Corral here. Now that's not even Golden Corral anymore. It's a cookout. It's a cookout takeout restaurant with an oversized parking lot. But anyway, what was the point I was fixing to make even about that?
The cards.
Oh, the
Multiple
cards. Yeah,
cards.
he had all these cards, and I always thought it was cool because it was from like all these different random casinos. Sometimes big casinos, or sometimes different areas, Atlantic City or Mississippi. But they were like the cards they play with in the casino. They play with them for so long, they box them up and ship them out. Recycled casino cards. And I'm like, oh yeah, we would pretend like we was like playing for like millions of dollars, and we was just playing like rummy. Yeah, we're playing with the Caesar's Palace cards tonight, Grandma. Feel like a high roller? Feeling
They have the
lucky?
cards that stick together. My grandma and my dad have cards that stick together. Like they've been
Yeah.
played with so much.
Oh, yeah, there was a couple decks in there. Yeah, they had the ones at the back of the drawer were toast, You had to find the right one for sure. Yeah. Yeah, we played a couple games of rummy until he was done, and that was pretty cool. I always enjoyed that. Of course, a lot more now looking back at little small things like that, but ultimately, I definitely enjoyed it in the moment.
I like playing cards. I still like playing cards.
Oh, yeah.
I can play cards all night. Like I like playing cards. I
Oh,
like
no doubt.
board games too. I like the interaction and that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, same here. There was a time, I think, way back in the 1900s at some point, they had this day called game night, where allegedly these humanoids would gather around and play games.
Humanoids.
They speak of these times in the 1900s, there is rumors. Or what's funny? You ever seen the movie called Game Night? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, that's pretty funny. I thought it was pretty funny. I'm like, whoever the heck thought of this, they had to be high at the time. And then they had like the crazy neighbor or something that was like an ex-cop that lived beside them, and they didn't want to invite him to game night.
Yeah.
And then they show up, and they've got like all these like party accessories, chips and dips. They got like 10 bags of chips or something. He's like, "What are y'all gonna do with all those chips? Is it game night?" He's like, no, not game night. Nope. He's like, well, why do you have so many chips? He's like, well, they had a sale on them. He was like, yeah, what's the sale? Maybe I want some. And he was like, they had something crazy, like buy one, get 5 free. He was like, no, that don't sound right. How does that even make sense logistically? How are they making money? They're losing money. Like, I don't know. These crazy deals, you got to get them. Yeah, buy one, if you're buying one, get 5 free. That's definitely suspect. I probably won't buy that one.
That reminds me of last year. I saw this thing on Facebook, and I don't know if anybody's ever seen them, but they are the meat trucks. And they had
yeah, the mobile meat guys.
Yeah, the mobile meat guys.
Yeah,
so
bandits.
I was like, okay, I've never done anything like that except for swans, right? So I talked my husband into it, and I was like, look, let's just see what they have, right? So we go there, and they're like automatically 30 ribeyes for $40, right? And I'm like, that's crazy, right? That's crazy. There has to be like nothing to them, and that's just nuts. So what?
No, I'm just saying, yeah, there's got to be nothing to them. Yeah.
There's got to be nothing to them. So the guy talked me into the one package, and it was like I paid about $250 for it. But he was like, "Oh, it's a $600 value, right? Blah blah blah." And it was like steaks, chicken, and something else. I forget what it was. So we got it home and we looked. The packages were so small. Like you needed like 4 of the chicken breasts to feed one person. And we tried them, and the meat itself was horrible. I don't know if it was real meat. I don't know what I ate, but it definitely didn't taste like what it said it was. So I don't know really what it is. I would advise
Yeah.
not to go to the meat trucks. We wound up throwing all the rest of it out because I was like, that's unidentifiable, and learned my lesson on that.
Yeah, I remember. But yeah, we have some of those every now and then. Like I don't know, every so often they'll have some of them guys come up and set up, and they'll set up at different locations. Yeah, 20 ribeyes for $30, or 20 ribeyes for $40. You know, and yeah,
Yeah.
I mean it sounds good, but yeah, they keep trying to. Ultimately, they're trying to get you to spend more and more money. Ultimately, it ain't about that $40. It's yeah, that gimmick that gets to get people in there. But I remember before they started coming around, it used to be these guys that would have like whole coolers in the back of their truck. I guess they would like keep them plugged up overnight and they just like ride around and sell meat. And then
Hmm.
my buddy's uncle did that for a little while. I'm thinking, you know, I didn't know much about nothing then, but I'm like, nah, just sounds kind of shady, you know, just going around buying some meat from somebody you don't know out the cooler out the back of their truck, you know. Maybe if I went and caught some fish and brought it back and gave somebody some fish or somebody I trusted, but you know, it just sounded kind of funny. Now they do it. Now they just travel city to city and set up like a circus, you know, set up a whole
Yeah.
tent. I did that one time with the what was it, the Omaha meats. One of them meat packages. I ordered it. I said, man, that looked pretty. They got me one night. They got me one night. I ain't gonna lie. They said the whole commercial. I'm like, man, that looked pretty good. So I called them up, got the little package, and yeah, it was nothing like what they showed on TV. You know, I think it was real meat. I'm pretty sure it was real meat, but portions, nah. Yeah,
I
it was.
don't. The portions were very small, but it didn't taste right. There's something about it that just didn't taste right. And I was like, so we just throw it out. And I was like, okay, learn my lesson. Because there's a lot of, and I don't know if there's anybody else here from North Carolina that has seen this, but there's a lot of shrimp um, trucks around here, especially on the coast of North Carolina.
Yeah,
And I'm leery about them too. Because I'm like, how long's that shrimp been sitting in that truck? Like, how long? How long? You know what I mean?
yeah. I try to stay away from like frozen meats or definitely like frozen seafood if I don't know where it came from. Because you get it frozen, it may look okay, but once you thaw it out, no bueno.
No, no.
Yeah, I'm the
I
same
was,
way. Yeah,
I was
especially
like, okay.
seafood.
Yeah, I'm leery of buying seafood on the side of the road, and
Yeah, yeah.
that's that's a red flag for me.
Which I don't live too far from Savannah, so I mean, getting certain things or whatever isn't too far off. I mean, I got a buddy of mine that lives in Savannah, and my nephew lives down there. Sometimes they'll get a package or something and bring it up here to me, you know. But
Mhm.
I ain't never had no problems. But yeah, just I guess like anything, the further you get away from the source, you know, it starts getting a little leery. better have a good source, you know? Especially if you're
Yeah.
getting sushi in the middle of Oklahoma. Better have a good source.
Sushi
No
in the middle
oceans
of
in Oklahoma,
Oklahoma.
ladies and gentlemen.
No oceans. It's
Contrary to
landlocked.
popular belief. Definitely, like anything, you know, the closer we get away from any source, whatever source that is, the source that powers us, the creator, life, whatever that matters, the source of whatever keeps us going, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But salmon, dang, I just happened to look down the chat, boom. Now they got the salmon with the worms. Great. They knew I love salmon. Oh, man.
What's the salmon with the worms?
That ain't
There's
good.
salmon with worms in it, I guess.
I imagine some type of parasite. There was I don't know. I done viewed a lot of weird stuff. But there was one time I was scrolling through and I seen The Naked and Afraid. I don't know if you ever seen the TV show, but they got me hooked.
Yeah, I
I don't
watched
go
it.
lie. I
Yeah,
thought it
that guy, I would never watch that because of the naked part. But then when I started watching it, I'm hooked on it now.
I got
I'm
hooked on that
watching.
episode, and there was one part. Yeah, they were fishing. I don't remember where they were coming through. I don't know if it was in South America or maybe somewhere in Africa, but they ran across this watering source, and this one woman, she had the fishing tool, and she'd been pretty good at it. But she went and caught like 2 or 3 fish, brought them back, and was like, "Heck yeah, we got protein for the day," and then got ready to skin them and do the whole process and open them up, and they had like these. It sounds nasty, but yeah, it was like these worm-like parasites inside of the fish. And the guy was like, "Oh no, no, no!" He had done, I guess, been on the show before. He knew what it was. He's like, "No, that's no good. You can't use those." He's like, "Some fish have them, some fish don't. But if they have those in there, it's like, no, you can't eat that." I was thinking, huh. Fish look perfectly fine to swimming around, but yeah, once you opened it up, it would just eat up on the inside. It's nasty. That's all we need.
No,
Okay.
no. I don't eat fish. I eat shellfish, but I don't eat fish, fin fish. And so,
But that's one less thing you got to worry about. You're good.
yeah, I don't. I fish, but I usually give it away. And that's even I have a hard time doing that sometimes unless it's trout.
Yeah.
Everybody wants the trout, but not a lot of people want the catfish.
Oh yeah, I like catfish. I eat fish, seafood. Uh, there's some places around here I definitely wouldn't eat the fish out of. You know, just knowing what all could possibly be in there, plus whatever they told us is in there. But yeah, there's some places I will around here, and some places I won't. You know, people like those smaller ponds, more private ponds. I mean, ultimately they gonna get the same rain, the same weather, but I guess if nothing else, more isolated from the water table. I guess it's all connected regardless. There.
Well, we have the lakes, like we're surrounded by lakes. So we go to the lake and usually go for crappie and cat. And then we have a pond we fish trout out of. So they all went to trout, but not a lot went to crappie and the catfish. Unless there's people fishing there and then they'll take them. You know what I mean?
I'll catch
Because
and
there's
eat
no
all 3.
krill. What?
I said I'll take all 3. Got those, plenty of catfish, bass,
There's
brims.
bass big down here too.
I love
I had
brim.
a
Brim or like what they call them, sunfish. Some people call them sunfish. I think.
oh, okay, sunnies,
Yeah, there's plenty of that
perch, or
here at the lake.
different people will take different things. Like some people will take the catfish if they're
Yeah,
fishing for them themselves,
some
and some
people, yeah,
people
they're
will take.
super picky about it. Yeah, it's got to be a certain. Yeah, they'll eat that one. They like that one particular kind, but yeah, same on the rest. I'm throwing it back.
we caught a red drum down on the coast, and the people were fishing next to, they took that right up. They told me everything they were going to do with it too. They were like, they're going to take it home, mix it with eggs and peppers and onions. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, trying not to be like, ew.
Yeah. It's like if you already don't like it, the more things you add to it, it's definitely not, it's making you not like those other ingredients. Now you're like, oh, the hell with bell peppers, you know?
Yeah, they're gonna fry it up with some bell peppers and onions and eggs and hot sauce, and I'm like sitting there and I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
just stop.
made a Mexican omelet. You know, what are you doing over here?
Like a fish omelet, okay, all right.
Cheryl, it would just depend. Like sometimes if I'm going to catch catfish, or I just might happen to catch a few, it just depends. If it's where I keep them, if they're like, well, you don't know how big my hand is, but I use my hand as a gauge. If they're like about my hand size, then the skin is usually still tender. So sometimes I won't even bother with it. It's just so thin it don't even matter. Uh, but either way, you can take they got a special tool for it, or you could just get a pair of pliers and it peels off. Of course, the bigger the catfish or stuff like that, or like the steelhead, definitely harder to do, no doubt. There's a whole process to it. But the smaller ones, if I catch enough smaller ones to eat, I won't even bother with it. I just clean them up, process them, you know.
Yeah. My husband filleted the catfish for my dad. Because we had at one point in time like 40 trout and 40 cat in the freezer. And I was like, we got to do something. Like,
Yeah,
come hunting season, you got to do something with the fish. It was like, got to do something. Got to
yeah.
give it away.
You know, like Lon John Silver's in here.
I was like, got to do something with that fish.
Yeah, no doubt. Hmm. I don't know. Could be.
It's,
Could be different size cats, different size hands. Who knows?
yeah.
A hard ratio to conceive. I know. I know, Cheryl. Oh man.
Usually I go for 16 plus. So if it's under 16, I'll throw it back.
Yeah. Yeah. If it's too small, you don't even enough to bother. You're just making fish nuggets. You know, little fish crisps. You know, nobody really wants that ultimately. That's why they stopped at chicken nuggets. You know, that's why you don't have any other type of nuggets. I guess it's just too much in everything. You know. Let's see. Can do salmon, but not do salmon. Can do salmon, but not tuna. I don't know. Not sure the question.
I think they were saying they can do salmon, but they don't like tuna.
Maybe. I like both. Yeah, okay, yeah, maybe some people can do salmon, but I don't know. Yeah, I like salmon and tuna. I know sometimes my mom would make like fried salmon patties, or some people call them salmon croquettes. You know, fried
Yeah.
salmon patties. But I don't know
I
whatever
heard of
different
salmon
sides you might
croquettes
have had.
and
Peeled peas
salmon
and rice.
cakes too.
Yeah. Oh, I love them still to this day. I love a good salmon patty. I've had a few bad ones. I know some people that like to get them, especially if they use the canned salmon. They'll leave the little bones in there. Now, mind you, they're crunchy, but to me, it's a texture thing. If I make them, or whenever my mom make them, she would always make sure all that type of stuff was out of there. You know what I mean? But I've had a few places and ordered it and got it and had bones in it. So now, the few chances I ever go somewhere and get it, I make sure I ask them, "Hey, do y'all take the?" It sounds crazy, but hey, do y'all take the bones out? Are y'all taking the bones out before you fry this salmon delicacy? Oh yeah, good stuff. Good stuff is done right. Shoot, I'll eat them for breakfast. I'll eat them with some eggs or something. Yeah, man, no bones.
I'll just eat the eggs.
There you go. See, There's people like they're even eating it in Australia. You know, what are you doing? They're even Kim says they even love it in Australia, especially at Easter. You know,
Hmm.
especially at Easter. Like this beautiful sunset in the background. It's the latest sunset ever. You know, it's a 3 a.m. sunset. Yeah, I don't know. Now we just got to the point where everybody's naming their favorite Easter side dish. Easter twice baked potatoes. Man, that sounds. I do like a good twice
That
baked
sounds
potato.
good.
You know, it's one of the few things you can twice it over and it's still good. You know, hell yeah. Almost don't even want a regular baked potato afterwards.
I like sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are one of my favorite.
Oh, no doubt.
Sweet potato casserole, sweet potatoes, candy yams.
Oh yeah, I always love it.
But my favorite Easter side dish is German potato salad.
Mm.
That's really good.
I guess it was the true German. I don't remember what all was in it. I liked it, but my mom had this friend that was German, and she would come over sometimes, or they cook different things, you know, whatever. My mom was always cooking her. Her and her friend had a restaurant at one time, but yeah, she made some. My mom was talking about potato salad. She was like, "I'm gonna make you some real authentic German potato salad." And she had an accent, like I don't know. I imagine she known my mom since forever, but she still had like a certain accent, you know. But
Hmm.
yeah, she made some German potato salad, and I don't remember what the heck was in it. But yeah, I guess that was the real deal. It was pretty good. It was way different than my mom's style, but yeah, I like it. I approve.
It's usually warm. Usually you eat it warm. Eat it while it's hot. And it has bacon in it. And some vinegar
Yeah,
and sugar.
it yeah, there was times my mom would make it, you know, and I'd give me some when she first made it, and it would still be warm, you know.
Hmm.
But yeah, I think for the most time, like the American version, once you make it, you know, it's kind of cools off and gets chilled or put in the refrigerator or whatnot. Yeah, yeah, it was good though. And she had this friend that was, I think she was Korean or something. And she taught her how to make kimchi, and
Oh,
that's kind of
kimchi.
it's kind of an acquired taste. I guess either you like it or you don't. You definitely got to like spicy or fermented things. But yeah, she taught my mom how to make a authentic kimchi. Oh man, that's some good stuff. My mom still makes it from time to time. She still got the recipe she gave her. But she had her family had a Asian market here locally. It's closed down now years ago, but they had an Asian market. Yeah, she gave her the recipe, and she went over there to her parents' Asian market and get all the different ingredients and stuff, you know.
Hmm.
But a kimchi, if anybody don't know, it's like there's several different ingredients that go into it, but it's basically like a spicy fermented cabbage. Um, Different seasonings, different things go in there. Different people make it different ways, you know. But ultimately, it's just like a spicy fermented cabbage.
That's cool that you grew up with all that stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. My mom was always cooking, and yeah, she had different friends and stuff. Yeah, trying different things. I wasn't a fan of everything, but you know, sometimes they had some good things. You know, sometimes they had some good stuff. It was fun, no doubt. I don't know. I feel like we covered a lot of topics. I feel like
We did.
we've solved a few world problems. I don't think we'll ever get the credit for the nod, you know. But I feel like we definitely served a few of the world's problems. You know, the world spun a little bit slower tonight for some people. You know, just appreciate that. Take that in. You were here to witness it. I love you. If you witness it later on, I love you even more. You were brave enough and bold enough to come back and see what the heck happened. You know. But, You got any final thoughts? Any final concerns?
No, I think we covered like a lot of topics. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, no
I
doubt.
appreciate it.
Always a pleasure. Let me see. I think I got I put the link in the back chat. If anybody's bold enough and brave enough to come back, I'll probably be backstage for a few more minutes. But let's see here. Let me drop this other thing in chat. It's a good thing you put it
I'll
in the back
hang back
chat.
with you.
It's, I just tried to look it up myself. You know, I'd have been in Tybee Island somewhere. Make sure you subscribe to this beautiful panel guest tonight, Golden. Make sure you go over there and subscribe to her channel. Different content, gardening content live. Definitely make sure you subscribe, tune in for whenever that live broadcast may be. Possibly coming soon, who knows? But definitely appreciate everybody that tuned in, tuned out at some point. Maybe you learned something. Maybe you forgot something. Either way, you had to acknowledge it happened. It happened here, ladies and gentlemen. Till we meet on another episode. We'll find it. They don't never want you to find the ending button, you know? Let's see here.
Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for watching.
Good night, everybody. God bless y'all.
Get ready for a war!